Right, good morning. My apologies for the slight delay in starting this meeting, but welcome to members, officers, and of course any members of the public who may be following us on the live stream to this meeting of the South Cambridgeshire District Council Planning Committee. I'm Councillor Peter Fain and I'm the chair of this committee. Before we start the meeting, I would just like to say a few words. At our last meeting in December, we had a very valuable contribution from Councillor Dr. John Lovelock, who, as council members will know, sadly died on New Year's Day. I'm not proposing to say anything about Dr. John Lovelock here, except how much we miss him and his contribution. Others who knew him better have made comments at other committees, but I thought we should just note his passing. Now, members, before we get underway with our business today, we do need to appoint a vice chair for the meeting because our regular vice chair, Councillor Jeff Harvey, is unable to join us and has sent his apologies. I would like to propose that Councillor Henry Batchelor assumes the role of vice chair for this meeting. Before I ask for a seconder, I would mention that although Councillor Batchelor has had to step down as chair of the committee on a permanent basis because of his other role, the legal advice is it's perfectly acceptable for him to act as chair for, vice chair or indeed chair for a particular item. So do I have a seconder for that proposal? Councillor Hanley, thank you. Are we all agreed? Can I take that by affirmation? Thank you. I would like to also, I have been advised that in relation to item 6 on our agenda, I ought not to take the chair, and indeed I will speak as a local member, but then absent myself and not take any part in the debate or indeed vote. So at that point, we will, of course, need a vice chair for that item. And I would like to propose that Councillor Peter Sanford be asked to take the vice chair for that. Is that acceptable? Do I have a seconder? Thank you. All agreed? Right, so Councillor Sanford will take the vice chair for item 6. Right, thank you very much. So I'll now make some brief housekeeping announcements before we press on with our business today. Firstly, with those present in the chamber, note that everything on your desk, including your laptop screen, may be broadcast at some point. The cameras, of course, rove, and follow the microphone being switched on. Would councillors and other speakers wait a couple of seconds before speaking to allow the camera to catch up? If the fire alarm sounds, then please leave the chamber, make your way down the stairs, don't use the lift, and the safe assembly point is next to the marketing suite, halfway along the business park. For those participating in the meeting via the live stream, please indicate that you wish to speak, if you wish to speak, via the chat column, and please do not use the chat column for any other purpose during the meeting. Please make sure that your device is fully charged and you switch your microphone and camera off unless you're invited to speak. Please ensure that you have switched off or silenced any other devices. So that they do not interrupt proceedings. Please use a headset if available when speaking on the contributing virtually. And when you're invited to address the meeting, please make sure your microphone is switched off. When you finish addressing the meeting, please turn off your microphone. Please note that if we do need to vote on any item, we shall do so via the electronic voting system on the microphones, which means that only those present in the chamber can vote or propose or second recommendations. Now, for committee members present in the chamber, I'd invite each of you to introduce yourselves. And after I call your name, please turn on your camera and microphone, wait 2 seconds and say your name so that presence may be noted in the minutes. As I said earlier, my name is Councillor Peter Fain and I'm a member for the Shelford Ward. And my vice chair is Councillor Henry Batchelor.
Morning, Chair. Councillor Henry Batchelor, one of the members for the Linton Ward and acting Vice Chair for today.
And also present in the room, we have Councillor Ariel Khan,
Ariel Khan, Councillor for Horston and Cumberton Ward.
Councillor Dr. Martin Khan,
Councillor Martin Khan, member for Histon and Impington Ward.
Councillor Peter Sanford,
Good morning, Peter Sanford, Councillor for Caxton and Papworth Ward.
Councillor Dr. Richard Williams,
Thank you, Chair. I'm Richard Williams. I'm the member for the Whittlesford Ward.
I think we will be joined shortly by Councillor Heather Williams. I think we have Councillor Lisa Redrup is joining us virtually. I don't see any other members present.
Good morning.
Councillor, Councillor Bill Handley.
Yes, hello. Yes, hello. It's Bill Handley, member for the villages of Ogue and Willingham.
And Councillor Heather Williams has joined us. Can we take it for the minutes that Councillor Heather Williams is present? So I can confirm that the meeting is quorate. We also have officers present in the chamber for the duration of the meeting, and I'll just ask two of them to introduce themselves. Others I will introduce as and when they come to speak. Phil McIntosh, Interim Delivery Manager.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. Yes, Phil McIntosh, Interim Delivery Manager for the West Team in the Shared Planning Service.
And Vanessa Blaine.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Vanessa Blaine, Legal Advisor to the Planning Committee.
And I'm glad to say that on this occasion we're joined in the chamber by our Planning Officer, Lawrence Murray-Holman.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Lawrence Tamari-Holman, Democratic Services Officer for the Planning Committee.
And Erin Clark is, of course, known to us all, who will keep the IT and so on in order. If a member leaves the meeting, would they please make the fact known to me or my Vice Chair so that can be recorded in the minutes. I intend breaking for about 10 minutes at 11:45, and if the meeting is still going on, we'll break about 3:45, plus we plan a 45-minute break for lunch at 1:30. Now, you should have the main agenda pack dated 10th of January, the outline plans pack, a supplement also dated 10th of January, and a supplementary update report for item 5, which is the application in Bourne. Officers will, of course, introduce these items in due course. Members should also have received a written submission from one member of the public regarding item 6 and 2 councillors for that ward and division, also for that item. Item 2 on our agenda today, apologies for absence. Lawrence, any apologies for absence today?
Thank you, Chair. We have apologies from the usual Vice Chair, Councillor Jeff Harvey, Councillors Dr. Tatumi Hawkins and William Jackson Wood have also sent apologies, with Councillor Dr. Lisa Redrup substituting for Councillor Jackson Wood virtually. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, we now come to item 3, declarations of interest. Do any members have interest to declare in relation to any item of business on the agenda? Well, I shall declare myself that in relation to item 6, I have taken a strong view in relation to a related application. And as I said earlier, I will be withdrawing from the debate. I think Councillor Richard Williams.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to note on item 6, I don't have a disclosable interest, but I'm familiar with the area, but obviously I will approach the matter afresh.
Right, minutes of our previous meeting, item 4 on our agenda. We have in front of us the minutes of the meeting held on 14th of December. We're not going to look at the minutes of the restricted item at this stage, but so if you have any comments on that, please withhold that till later. But in relation to the publicly available minutes, do any members wish to make any amendments So can I take it that I see none, no. Can I take it that we approve these minutes by affirmation? Right, thank you. We then proceed to item 5 on your agenda. Give me a moment. So item 5 on the agenda is case number 22/03957, HFUL in 62 High Street. No, I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. Here we are, yes. I thought that was wrong. So, forgive me, start again. Item 5 on the agenda is case number 22/03561 FUL, which is the Bourne Quarter, Bourne Airfield, St Neot Roads in Bourne. It's the proposal for the erection of just over 15,000 square metres of commercial floor space, falling within use classes E and B8, together with landscaping, access and associated infrastructure works. This forms now part of phase 2 of the Bourne Quarter, and this application is also the subject of an environmental impact assessment. And that is on page 9 of your printed agenda, and our case officer, Kate Poyser, is here with us today. So, Kate, if you would like to just introduce this item and give us any updates, that would be very helpful.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. I'm Kate Poyser, Principal Planning Officer. You will have already received some updates in relation to 2 amended conditions. That's conditions 4, and 22. In addition to that, I do have some more updates for you before I commence with the presentation. In the officer's report, paragraph 3.3, it says the application is for 6 units. This is incorrect. It is actually for 7 units. In paragraph 1.2, it says the hybrid planning application was granted permission in November 2020. It was actually granted permission in January 2021. The comments of Anglian Water have been received and no objections are raised. It is noted that the surface water disposal is to be via SUDS. Used water is to be connected to the sewer in West Drive via the pumped rising main established under phase 1. Anglian Water will take the necessary steps to ensure the Bourne Water Recycling Centre has sufficient capacity should permission be granted. There are 5 informatives that have been recommended. The first 2 relate to the notification of intention to connect to the public sewer. 3 and 4 relate to the need for the applicant to contact Anglian Water of any building work affecting an existing public sewer. And the final one gives advice to the applicant on the process for a sewer adoption agreement. It is recommended that these informatives are attached to any permission granted. I now have the written confirmation from County Highways Major Sites team that there are no objections. They are satisfied that the proposal is acceptable. It takes into consideration the relatively minimal increase in trips combined with the works already planned for the area under the Bourne Airfield planning consent and the GCP-led proposals for the C2C and Camborne to Cambridge cycleway. Now I shall start the presentation. might start the presentation. I'm not sure why it's not showing. Showing on my screen.
We'll just pause a moment while the screens catch up.
My apologies.
Don't worry.
Well, I did press the share, but it... Oh dear. No, it hasn't. Yeah, I don't know. I pressed that for the share.
Could you turn the microphone off for a moment? Thanks. Bear with us, members. We will... here it is.
Here we are.
You may need to press your microphone again.
Right, here we are. Sorry about that, everyone. In January 2021, a hybrid planning permission was granted for Bourne Quarter Business Park and included full details for Phase 1 and outline permission for Phase 2, with the eventual use of Phase 3 being unknown, but included for storage of construction materials. This application is for the full details of all the remaining land, originally referred to as Phase 2 and Phase 3. This is the proposed land use plan for Bourne Airfield New Village, and I'm including this in order to put the application site into context. Now, right, you will see here this blue area. This is the application site. It goes up to the white line. It's, as you can see, it will be more or less encompassed by the planned new village. And the orange area here is intended to be for residential use. The green areas here and over here are to be open spaces and informal recreation. The pale brown here is allotment and orchard. Right, this is the location plan of the site. Phase 1 is shown in detail here, and the application site is here. You will see that the access road, which is known as Wellington Way, comes in off the roundabout with Highfields Caldecott, and then comes in through the Phase 1 site here and over here. You'll see that Highfields Caldecott, the village, is over here. The existing woodland is here, and this is the D-Ball PLC existing business here. This is an aerial view. It's a little bit blurred, sorry about that. It was taken earlier in the year. As you can see, Phase 1 here is almost complete. The application site is this brown area here, running along just there. You can see the existing woodland over here, and then beyond that is Highfields Caldecott. This is an illustrative layout. It shows where the units are. This is the application site here. The sort of faded, ghosted area is the Phase 1. You can see here the units, the car parking areas, and the landscaping. Now, if I can just zoom in on this, you'll see it a bit better. You can see that the cycleway, the existing cycleway in Phase 1, will continue through Phase 2 and then beyond into the Bourne New Village down here, and also a cycleway footpath running along the edge of the site, coming out here and then joining up with the phase 1. This is unit 16 and unit 17 is to be occupied by Cambridge Design Partnership, which will also be occupying units 2 and 3 of phase 1. Now, overall, the application is for an increase from the original hybrid application of about 16% of floor space, so that's 4,373 square metres. Moving on to the next slide, this is just examples of elevations. You've got the front elevation of unit 11 and then the floor plans below, and then the front elevation of unit 17 with the floor spaces below. I've included these because unit 11 is at the southern end of the site, so that it would be the unit perhaps most apparent from the new village. And this is the unit in the top north-east corner that would then link on to unit 3. The design and appearance and materials of the buildings would match those of phase 1, and the heights of the buildings would range from 12.1 metres to 13.9 metres, which is pretty much the same as the phase 1 site. And then these images of what the development would look like as viewed from the south of the site. The field in the foreground will, in time, be the open space and the residential development of the planned new village. And then finally, moving on to the last slide, this is a photograph of phase 1. It's looking south, and you've got units 1 and 2 in the foreground. It's intended that phase 2 would be a continuation of the style and finishes of this phase. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, I will allow any brief questions of clarification at this stage so that we can separate that out from any debate later on. Any questions of clarification to Kate Poyser, our case officer? Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Chair. Kate, could you clarify the reason for condition 33 on page 45, which talks about gas-fired boilers? That seems in contradiction with clause 1130 on page 24, which says renewable energy is proposed in the form of voltaic panels and air source heat pumps. A bit of a conflict there, I think.
Right, I'll be with you in a moment.
33, page 45, bottom of page 4.
Right, this is recommended by our environmental health colleagues. It's a fairly standard condition. This is in the event that the applicant does decide to use or future occupiers who may not yet be known at this stage do decide to use gas-fired combustion appliances. It gives the authority an element of control over that matter, and it relates to air quality and human health.
Thank you for that.
Any other questions? No, we'll then, Councillor Hand? No. We'll then move on, and we have two public speakers who I'm very glad to see are in the room with us today, and they're going to share their time in this item. So I'd like to welcome Jeremy Aitchison of Aitchison Developments, and he'll be followed by Mike Beedman of Cambridge Design Partnership. So the floor is yours, 3 minutes, and if you would answer any questions that may arise afterwards.
Good morning, Chair and members. My name is Jeremy Aitchison, and my company is the developer of Bourne Quarter on behalf of the owner, the Diageo Pension Fund. The application before you is for Phase 2, Phase 1 having been completed in July last year. Phase 1 provided 170,000 square feet in 15 units, and I'm pleased to say 92% of those units are either let or under offer. When we designed the units on Phase 1, we were targeting technology-based companies in the Cambridge area, and for this reason, the units were made to be flexible in the type of space they offered. I'm pleased to say that the level of demand has been very strong, and all lettings, bar one, have been to companies in the fastest growing sectors in our economy. Other than our major lead tenant, Cambridge Design Partnership, from who you will hear shortly, we have a battery technology company, a vertical farming company, other medical companies, a company specialising in pumps used in agriculture, and most recently, a drone technology companies. These are all expanding and exciting businesses and offering a range of job opportunities for the community. We continue to receive new inquiries from local companies wishing to expand, and Phase 2 has been designed to accommodate both these new requirements and more space for existing tenants such as CDP. Our aim is to start on site in Q2 this year, that's in June, and have the units completed 12 months later. Bourne Quarter has been an incredible success so far, and a development that we should all be proud of. We now need to carry on that success, and I would therefore urge members to approve this application so that we can continue to provide the space that these companies require. Thank you.
I'm Mike Beedman. I'm Director and Co-Founder of Cambridge Design Partnership, and I spoke to you a couple of years ago when we were still based in Toft. So Cambridge Design Partnership has grown consistently at about 20% per year since it was founded in 1996. We've adapted and diversified our engineering consultancy, offering, and now we make use of, makes us one of the top 4 consultancies in the Cambridge area. Today we employ about 325 people, 290 of those are now based in Bourne Quarter. We were based in Toft from the outset, and we've now moved to the first phase of Bourne Quarter. It offered us the perfect opportunity to regroup from 5 farm buildings and an extra office that we took on in Barton. And from that's now become our Unit 3, which is the Innovation Centre. It's 56,000 square feet of building, and even before moving, we took a second adjacent unit, Unit 2 on the site, as a pilot production centre to support our current expansion. Looking to the near future, we've always seen the second phase as key to our development and our investment in Bourne Quarter. Obviously, we've invested a lot in the first 2 units, and that's really...
Could I ask you to draw your remarks to a conclusion, please?
Yes, and that supports our plans in the long term.
Thank you very much. Now, members, does anyone have any questions of clarification on what was said just now for our speakers? I think not. Thank you both very much indeed. Appreciate you coming along. So we have, I think, no other public speakers, so let's now move into the debate. Who would like to start us off on that? Well, let me just say that we have here on page 9 the 3 key issues. I think I'm right in saying that the principle of the development is in relation to the proposed 16% expansion of what was already covered. The principle of development for the site itself, I think, was covered by the hybrid application in November 2020. Kate Poison helpfully showed us this on the overhead and on the plan. I think it's worth noting that to the immediate east of this, between here and the gardens of Highfield Caldecott, There is, I think, quite a substantial belt of trees. Perhaps it would be, would you mind very much calling that first one up again so we can see that?
Is this the one you was referring to?
No, I meant, well, we can see it there, can't we? So the belt of trees is where your pointer is now, and that was also shown on the plan. I don't think there's any need to call up the plan separately. To the south of this, where it joins on to Bourne Quarter residential development, I think you said that much of that land was going to be open space in the current plans. Perhaps it would be up there.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes, that is correct. The green areas here, it's informal open space and recreation here. And then the orange is intended to be residential. Also, you can just about see on here, there's a very narrow edge of green running through here. So there would be a swathe, a green swathe with a cycleway and footpath that runs through the Bourne Airfield new village site before it would then join on at a roundabout here to the cycleway and footpath that runs north-south through the application site.
Thank you, that's very helpful. Now, Councillor Sanford, you raised a question earlier on in relation to one of the conditions, heating system. Did you want to comment more broadly on this application?
Thank you, Chair. Obviously concerned that this is an environmentally sustainable development, and that does appear to be the case. The other remark I would make is that we have this concept of a 15-minute village where your place of employment, your retail facilities should be within 15 minutes of your place of dwelling. And I think this supports that concept with the new Bourne Airfield village, that there will be employment opportunities very close to the new houses. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. So one of the things that I think is quite clear is that there's no objections, which those of us at this committee, I almost triple checked, because it's not something we often see. And I think given the fact that there was obviously an issue with the urban design originally, but that's been, overcome, I can't see why we would be out of kilter with absolutely everybody else that's been consulted. So I would have no issues in supporting this application, Chair.
Thank you. And I think my Vice Chair, Councillor Batchelor, wanted to comment.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just to reiterate what Councillor Heather Williams has said, I can't see any reason in the document or from my own mind as to a strong enough reason to refuse this, or any reason at all, to be honest. So, from my personal view, unless someone sways me very strongly the other way, I will be voting to support this application.
Councillor Martin.
Just to support this, I mean, the comment, in fact, it's very desirable that we have employment in our satellite settlements that we have. In fact, there's been a problem with the commercial area in Camborne itself, which has not been rapidly taken up. So it's something to welcome that there'll be actually more employment there, close to the proposed C2C route. So it's a good access also for people coming out from Cambridge to employment. So generally, I think this is a very desirable development, and the increase in employment is actually probably a desirable thing.
Right. I don't see others wanting to contribute to the debate. We have the recommendation on page 31, which is to approve, subject to the planning conditions, and subject to a reasoned conclusion of the significant effects of the development on the environment. And we have also we have also the amended conditions, which were on the briefing sheet and were drawn to our attention earlier on by the case officer, and some additional informatives Do I have a proposal from anyone from the committee? I have a proposal, Councillor Heather Williams. Yes, the proposal we approve, I think, seconded by Dr. Martin Khan. I am actually, rather than asking for affirmation, I am going to take a recorded vote on this. Procedure applies. Press the blue button and then press the green button if you wish to approve. I forget what colour it would be the next one if you wish to oppose. So I think I can announce that we approve that unanimously, there being 8 members voting in favour. Thank you. And thank you very much to our speakers for coming along. A very interesting development, so very helpful. I'm now going to leave you and pass the chair for the next item to Henry Batchelor. Councillor Henry Batchelor has agreed earlier on, so there'll be a slight pause while we swap a few chairs. Okay.
Okay, so members, as acting vice chair for the meeting, I'll be stepping into the chair for this one item as Councillor Fain has declared an interest. That means he needs to leave the meeting and can take no part. You'll be seeing Councillor Sanford, who was agreed at the start of the meeting to take the temporary vice chair for this one item, is now with us. So welcome, Councillor Sanford. Members, we are on agenda item 6 in our papers, which begins page 55. This is an application at 7 de Freville House, High Street, Great Shelford. The application in front of us is for change of use and external works to the premises. The applicant is the Co-op Food Group Limited. The reason it's before us today is because it has been called in by Great Shelford Parish Council, whose view differs to that of the planning officer. The presenting officer, I'm hoping, is joining us online, Nick Yeager. Before you start, Nick, could I ask Mr. Price to turn his camera off, please, if that's possible? We will call on you, Mr. Price, but we just need to hear from the planning officer first.
Hi, Chair. Good morning. Thank you.
Hi, Nick. So Nick, I'll hand over to you. Any updates on the application, and then please present it to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So, firstly, this application, we have received an amended cycle plan showing additional cycle storage. This was provided yesterday on the 17th of January from the applicant. I will go through the merits, and I have the amended plan to hand, so I will explain that through my presentation. A second update is in para 8.21 of the committee report. There is an error that states the entrance, or appears the only entrance, is on Graham's Road. In fact, there does appear to be an entrance on High Green Road as well. I will explain both of those updates throughout my presentation. So thank you. I'll just now bear with me, and I will just share my screen.
Nick, hi, sorry to interrupt. No, don't worry. We thought we had a technical issue, but we don't. So please, as you were.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, this is the change of use to Class E and external works at 7 De Vril House, High Green, Great Shelford. Called into committee by Great Shelford Parish Council, who support the application. The applicant is the Co-op Food Group, and the officer's recommendation is to refuse. Following key objections and requests to refuse the application from the Highway Authority, These on the grounds of highway safety, parking and cycle storage. This is the update to members and amended cycle plan. Just get my pointer. So an amended cycle plan was received yesterday, which contained an additional 6 spaces, which could be conditioned if the application was recommended for approval, therefore providing 15 spaces in total. This is the area that shown in red, where the applicant proposes additional cycle storage in addition to 9 spaces shown here. I will discuss the merits of this a bit further throughout the application. So the location plan, the application site is located on the corner of High Green and Graham's Road. The ground floor of this area is Unit 7, and this is our car parking area located here. This area, located outside the red line, so not part of the application, is currently occupied by 2 businesses, NY Wines and Brian Turner Kitchens. Please note there is a mandatory cycle lane that is shown here, which lies in front of the site. There are also residential flats, units 1 to 4, located on the first floor here. The surrounding wider context is mostly residential, in a residential setting. So site constraints. The application is located within the development framework. It is also located within a conservation area, and there are listed buildings located opposite. The proposed external works are minor and include a new steel handrail, Salem security door, cycle stand, plant louviers, and sliding entrance door. The in principle of this application is acceptable, and there's been no harm identified to design and context, conservation area, listed buildings, and residential amenity. Therefore, the key issues remain that are the highway safety, parking, and cycle storage. There was a TPO located in the rear car parking area, shown in this little blue circle. However, this was removed under this previous consent. So the existing site plan, the existing use is a furniture showroom. This was granted permission from a previous public house. When this was granted permission, it was restricted to just a furniture showroom, and therefore restricting any other uses. Permission has been granted for the wine bar, however, and the kitchen unit is located here. However, this unit here remains vacant. Permission is 220 was granted for various uses, but this has not been implemented. The existing rear car park has 18 spaces, and there are 2 spaces located to the front. However, these are located within the public highway. So moving on to the proposed site plan. Again, this is the mandatory cycle lane located in front of the site on High Green Road. Proposed cycle stands located here. 2 parking spaces located here for Brian Turner Kitchens, 1 for NY Wines, 1, 2, 4 for the residential properties, and then the remainder are for the retail unit for the proposed co-op, which will be located in Unit 7, located here. There is an entrance, it appears, located here, and one here. I did say in para 8.21 of the report that applicants would need to walk around the site to gain to the entrance. This still applies. There is no rear entrance for customers to use, which could use to draw people to use the car park. Instead, applicants would have to walk out and walk around here. Car parking allocations. So as you can see on the plan, and as I've spoken through, they're all allocated for the proposed co-op use. The proposed retail store would extend to the entirety of the ground floor of Unit 7, allowing for a total floor space of 373. Policy TI3 of the local plan requires 1 space for 14 square metres of the gross floor area of a retail food shop. The proposed floor area is 327, and 327 divided by 14 is 26. Therefore, the proposed retail unit would require 26 car parking spaces based on the parking standards set out in TI3 of the local plan. However, 15 car parking spaces are proposed, including 1 disabled space. We then factor in that there are the residential units, so 4 spaces, and we're also allowing for an additional visitor space, which was previously provided. 1 space for NY Wines, Brian Turner Kitchens, 2 spaces, and then the Co-op 26 spaces, providing a total of 34 spaces if we acquaint the other uses on the site. The submitted block plan shows that there is 22 spaces. Therefore, there is a shortage of 12 spaces when assessed against the parking standards of TI3. So, as I mentioned earlier, an amended cycle plan has been provided, which has shown 6 additional spaces to be located here. Concerns are that this is located within a reasonably cramped area. This area provides, if I go back here, entrance to the flats that are at first floor level, and there's also a back of house entrance here. So the cycle storage would be located in this area here next to NY Wines, and these would be in Sheffield stands, it appears, and not in a secure cover. The remaining 9 spaces still fall outside the land and the applicant's control. It is noticed the applicant has stated that the 9 spaces approved as per a previous application. However, that application also contains cycle space, safe and convenient cycle storage of in the corner here, which met the needs of the site. I've also included a slide on the deliveries. So what the Highway Authority have also stated is that there would be, in addition to the under provision on site, some of the spaces will be out of use during delivery. So the applicant has stated there'll be 2 deliveries by HGV vehicles, and these would take up, due to the manoeuvring, 2 of the spaces during the times of delivery, and then 3 spaces when they're manoeuvring. The Highway Authority has said that this increases the lack of concerns with the lack of or the under provision of cycle storage on site. The HG vehicles would take place, as twice a day. The applicant has stated that they could manage this by installing parking restriction measures during these times, and a condition could be applied to restrict the hours of use. However, the Highway Authority has still said this increases the concerns of the under provision of car parking. They also say that the applicant has stated that they will also have frequent deliveries from smaller LGV vans, which will go through different times of the day. As you can see from the plan provided, this can be achieved without causing any disruption to the parking allowances. Existing elevations, so the application site as it currently proposed, this area is used by the wines, and this is for the kitchen store. So the application site is this area here. This is the area showing elevation C, which would face into the into Graham's Road, and this is the area that faces within the rear car park on elevation B. So proposed elevations, the general changes are minor in nature, with some minor nature here. There's the bicycle stands, a single sliding door. And then there's also some alterations to the rear here that would face within the car park. These will not impact on the conservation area or the character of the site or the listed buildings opposite, as confirmed by the conservation officer. So here's some photos of the site. NY Wines is located here, and this is the application site the ground floor in question here. The mandatory cycle lane is located here, and the entrance to the car park is here. Here is Unit 7 on the ground floor, located here on the corner, and the NY Wines and the mandatory cycle lane. There are some existing bollards here, but they do not continue on further towards the Wines or further down the unit here. Further shot, so going further down High Green Road, and another shot showing along Graham's Road here. And a further shot showing this is on Graham's Road here, so the unit is here. This is a shot showing the rear car parking area. The spaces here. That would be where the bin storage is located, in a similar location that is currently in use for bin storage. And this is the kitchens located here. The entrance to the flats, I believe, is here, and there would be an entrance as well to the back of house of the co-op there. And here's a further shot of the site. So there have been 4 addresses have been received objecting to the scheme, and 8 objectors have been received in supporting to the scheme. Objections mostly relate to concerns with the parking, congestion, and harm to the public highway. The support has been received in the relocation of the existing store away from the current location where it is in the village centre. The parish have commented in support of the location of the new store, as it reduces risks with the current location, and support the applicant's offering to provide bollards, yellow lines, armadillos, or something similar to deter public within the public highway. The Highway Authority note a separate approval process for traffic regulation order, which is not required, and the same enforcement would be given necessarily enforcing illegal parking within the mandatory cycle, even if granted to install though, and then any physical barrier is considered to be a danger to cyclists and will not be appropriate over such a short distance within the cycle lane. And finally, the planning balance and conclusion. The reasons for is that it will contribute to the local economy and the provision of employment jobs, a larger convenience store to serve the village, and additional local spend. And the proposal would contribute to the reuse of building that is currently vacant within the development framework of Great Shelford. However, the reasons against is that the proposal will lead harm to the highway safety within the under-provision of on-site car and cycle parking. It's considered this would lead to indiscriminate parking within the public highway, including a mandatory cycle lane. This will result in undue risks in cyclists, one of the more vulnerable highway users, when legitimately using the mandatory cycle lane on the adopted public highway. Therefore, the proposal fails to provide appropriate cycle parking and to encourage sustainable means of travel to and from the site. While the benefits of the scheme, they carry limited weight and do not outweigh the harm identified. And therefore, the officer's recommendation is for refusal. And that is the end of my presentation, so I will stop sharing the screen and go back to the chair. Thank you.
Nick, thank you very much. That was very thorough and I'm sure greatly appreciated by the committee. Members, I'm going to ask if there are any brief questions of clarity from Nick on his presentation, and then we'll move on to our public speakers. So we have a question straight away from Councillor Richard Williams.
Thank you, Chair. I've got two questions. The first is a question about the extent to which the original planning permission is relevant here. I know this is obviously a change of use application, but planning permission has been granted for a fairly large site, which I think fairly obviously was likely to be used for retail. So to what extent is the original planning permission for this very large extension, which has I think been vacant ever since it was built, relevant to us? The second one, again, and I may be thinking more about potential appeals here, but there is a Tesco store not very far away from this on Woolards Lane in Great Shelford. That has no parking at all. Now, there is a public car park near it, and there is some public on-site parking, but there is certainly no car parking within the control of the Tesco store, and it has the public car park is shared by Boots and various other shops in the local centre. So, in my mind, I'm trying to square the fact that there is already a Tesco store, which was granted permission within the last 10 years, with literally no parking at all, versus this store, which has some parking, but is being recommended for refusal. So how are we to square those things? Are they relevant at all or not? And if not, why? I'd be grateful for some clarification.
Did you get both of those questions, Nick?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Williams. Thanks for that. So, firstly, the question, I think, if you're referring to the permission in 2020 for the mixed use, that permission required all of those uses to be present. So, what we have in this case is just for retail. So, it's considered a higher intensity, I believe, of the use as it is just for retail rather than a split. I think it was A1, A2. There was a D1 use, and I believe an office. I just check that. Yeah, so the permission that was granted in 220 was from A1, granted A1, A2, B1, and D1. So there was a mixed use, which was a lower intensity than just having the retail unrestricted A1, which we have in place. And this is consistent to the history of the site. When it was granted from a public house to a furniture showroom under the permission in 87, a furniture showroom was granted, and they restricted the condition to just furniture showroom on the grounds of that the application site does not have adequate car parking to sustain a retail use. And then in 2017, there was an application to remove that restricted condition, which was refused on the grounds of highway concerns and the under provision of car parking. I hope that explains that question. With regards to the Tesco's along the road, I think this site is and the concerns of this site is a site-specific issue, and it's the concerns, I believe, of the under provision in it of cycle storage, of car parking that would lead to people then pulling up on, leading to harm upon the cycle lane. And yes, and therefore it's a sort of very sort of site-specific issue. We do have the Highway Authority here with us today, I believe, so I can help to John Finlay if there's anything to add on those points.
Sure. Hi, John. I was hoping to bring you in a bit later, actually, but
Okay.
as you've been summoned, I will ask if you have anything else to add.
Just very brief. Good morning, members and committee. My name is John Finney, Principal Development Management Engineer representing the Highway Authority. Nick's description is quite right. This is very much a contextual issue. Obviously, the Woodlards Lane High Street is an area where you don't have a mandatory cycle lane for starters. It is an area where there are a large number, relatively high number of commercial units. Therefore, you would expect there to be relatively high numbers of on-street car parking, etc., as you drive through. High Green, is not. It is much more a movement corridor. As Nick has also described, it's much more residential in character. Therefore, you are less likely to expect on-street car parking, irregular on-street car parking. And also, as Nick has quite rightly pointed out, there is a mandatory cycle lane running along the front of the building. Again, it gives it a different context within its use class. Thank you very much. Is anybody that I'll stop now, if I may, Aaron, I'll no doubt call me in later.
Yeah, thank you, John. I think this section we're just trying to get any questions of clarity from Nick at this stage. We will have John obviously for the whole item. So if anyone does have any specific highways questions, I think we should save that for the debate if possible. Councillor Heather Williams, please.
Chair, my question was highways. You may want me to hold off on that.
If you could put a pin in that, that'd be great. Councillor Martin Khan, please.
I don't know whether this will become from highways or from the planning officer, but I just wondered, I live in the village of Histon, well, in Peterborough, Histon, where there is a Tesco store and a Co-op store, which have smaller numbers of parking places than the sort of numbers that are recommended here. There isn't really a problem, though it's very crowded in the Tesco store. One thing that probably is different, is important there, is the fact that a large proportion of people going to the store go on foot. It's close in the centre, it's accessible in the centre of the village, and therefore this does affect the demand. I don't know whether any estimate has been done about the proportion of people that will go by car and foot in Shelford. It appears to be a rather similar situation in the village, but is there any evidence, for instance, for the existing store, what proportion of people go on foot and what proportion of people park?
Probably one for the debate, but as we've got Nick on the screen, Nick, I don't know if you've got that answer to hand. If not, we can take that later if you need some time.
Yes, if we could include that to debate. There has been information provided within the transport statement upon that, so that the Highway Authority have analysed. So perhaps that's one for the debate in due course. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll come back to that, Martin. Okay, members, if there's no further questions of clarity at this stage for Nick, we'll move on to our public speakers, of which we have several. We're going to start with a member of the public, Dr. Martin Stephen, who I'm hoping is joining us online. Dr. Stephen, good morning.
Good morning.
So we can see and hear you fine. So the public speaking protocol is you have 3 minutes to address the committee with your comments, at the end of which, if you could stay on the line in case any committee members have any questions of clarity for yourself from your comments as well. So please, 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much indeed. My name is Dr. Martin Stephen. I'm a resident of one of the properties opposite the new Co-op store, and I wish to raise the following new items in my opposition to the development. A recent survey of Great Shelford for its neighbourhood development plan, of which I'm on the committee, showed a significant majority of respondents in favour of more retail outlets in the centre of the village. The proposed new store is very much on the outskirts. As far as I'm aware, the Parish Council conducted no survey and no consultation of local opinion before pronouncing its support for the proposal. I think crucially, it's not possible to judge visually from the main road whether there are car parking spaces available in the proposed car park for the store. Coupled with the existence of inadequate turning space, the likelihood is that cars finding a full car park or indeed a lorry delivery will be forced to reverse out over the cycle path and onto the main road. Cars already regularly park on the tarmac drive leading to the 4 properties opposite, blocking entry for residents, blocking deliveries, access to network rail infrastructure and 7 acres of land used for grazing sheep. The proposed development would almost certainly increase this. The Co-op cannot, in fact, manage the number of cars parked. It has no legal right to insist its own employees do not come by car. It has no control over its own customers, residents of the flats above, or the customers of NY Wines and Brian Turner Kitchens. The paperwork for the meeting mentions, obviously, the risk to cyclists with the proposed development. I believe that the mandatory cycle lane outside the proposed development is actually below the recommended 2 metre width and is actually already quite a dangerous situation. Item 8.16 mentions 1 car park space for North NY Wines. I've regularly counted between 7 to 8 customer cars parked in summer and in winter in this area. When in 1987, as has been stated, permission was granted for the site to be used for carpet sales and storage, it was stated the site is not of sufficient size to accommodate adequate car parking facilities for general retail use. There has been a massive increase in traffic on the road as a result of the Trumpington Meadows development, the Addenbrooke's biomedical campus, not to mention access to outlying villages and Saffron Walden to the Trumpington Park and Ride. I would respectfully suggest that the site is even less suitable now for retail development than it was in 1987. Thank you for letting me speak.
Dr. Stephen, thank you very much. And with 30 seconds to go, which I appreciate, so thank you. If you could stay on the line, Dr. Stephen, actually, just in case there are any questions of clarity from committee members on your comments. Members, do we have any questions for Dr. Stephen? I don't see anything. Obviously, that was extremely clear, Dr. Stephen, so if you can still hear me, thank you very much for your time this morning. Our next public speaker is speaking on behalf of the applicant. Do we have Mr. Chris Edge on the line?
Yes, hello.
Hi, Mr. Edge. Good morning. We can see and hear you fine.
Morning.
So welcome to the Planning Committee. As with the previous speaker, 3 minutes, if you please, to address the committee, at the end of which there may be some questions from committee members for yourself. So if you could stay on the line after you finish, that would be great. So please, whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Chair and members. My name is Chris Edge and I'm a planning consultant for Pegasus Planning Group, speaking on behalf of the Co-op. Co-op currently trades from a small shop in the village which is cramped and cannot be extended. There is no off-street car or cycle parking and there is very limited on-street parking or space for delivery vehicles to park. As a result, Co-op customers and staff say there is a pressing need for something much better in Great Shelford. Given these problems and customer demand, Co-op's wishes is to relocate to a vacant unit at the application site and provide a bigger, better and more sustainable shop for the local community. If approved, this new shop will have a 50% larger sales area, double the storage area and provide off-street parking and servicing. It would allow residents to do more shopping locally. As the planning officer confirms in his report, the principle of retail use at the application site is acceptable. However, the recommendation for refusal is based on an objection from the Highways Authority. There are no other statutory constituency objections, and your planning officer has confirmed that there is more local support than objection to the proposed development. The parish council supports the application and has called it in for your consideration today. The Co-op have been in extensive dialogue with the Highways Authority to try and deal with their objection, including commissioning a parking survey. The Co-op is confident that the car park is big enough for both their customers and other occupiers' needs. This is based upon their experience operating several other shops in Cambridgeshire and recognising the short duration of their customer visits, which are typically 5 to 8 minutes, meaning that each parking space can be reused several times each hour. Modelling has shown that even in a worst case scenario, the car park will be at capacity for just 1 hour across the whole trading week, or just 1% of the total opening hours. Co-op's experience is that when their car park is full, shoppers leave and come back another time or shop elsewhere rather than parking illegally, as the Highway Authority suggest. Nevertheless, to offer reassurance, Co-op have offered to provide physical protection to the cycle lane, meaning cyclists will be protected. In relation to the second reason for refusal, we have submitted a plan to the planning officer, which is outlined this morning, identifying an area within the Co-op's control where additional cycle stands could be installed. Together with other cycle spaces approved or proposed within the highway and next to the Co-op's entrance, the total number of cycle spaces required can be achieved. If planning permission was to be granted, a condition could be attached to the decision requiring further details of these cycle spaces to be submitted and approved prior to the Co-op opening. As a result, we respectfully request that members reject the recommendation for refusal and instead approve the application, securing investment into Great Shelford, enabling Co-op to stay in the village, relocating into larger premises and providing a much better shopping offer for the residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edge. That was to the second, so I appreciate your promptness. So, members, we have Mr. Edge who's speaking on behalf of the Co-op. Does anyone have any questions of clarification for him? Councillor Richard Williams, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just a short one, something that came up in the officer's presentation. I think I'd be grateful to hear why the entrance to the store can't be at the back to draw people into the car park. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. This question has arisen during the application process as well via the planning officer, and the response we provided then was really to do around the design of the internal space within the building. Effectively, the only way in which an entrance could be put facing the car park would be through the back of house area. So it wouldn't be possible. Certainly, what Co-op's asset plans are saying is it wouldn't be possible to reconfigure the building to provide an entrance into the car park as it currently stands, without going through the back of house, that is, which obviously wouldn't be desirable.
Okay, thank you for that. Members, any final questions for Mr. Edge? I don't see any hands. Sorry, we do have one from Councillor Heather Williams, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just looking at the sort of Google Earth imagery, which has been taken on different days because sometimes it's got big boards outside it and sometimes it hasn't. And I'm just wondering, on what Councillor Richard Williams was saying about the back entrance of the car parking, the access points, is there any other alternative access points other than what's proposed? I appreciate you're saying you don't want to go through from the car park, but could you provide or make it more dominant to Graham's Road as opposed to High Green? Is that possible?
I think the way that the internal layout of the building is at the moment is that certainly the access in from the car park wouldn't be achievable without a complete redesign internally. Something we've not looked at, or the Co-op's asset plans haven't looked at. If I just pull up the plan, I just want to make sure that I think the sales floor space does continue round Graham's Road. Sorry, I'm just checking the plan whilst I speak to you. I mean, I don't want to put words into the asset planner's mouth, but you know, the way that the sales floor space wraps around High Green and Graham's Road, it is possible. Whether that is a commercially desirable thing for Co-op to agree to, I don't know. Whether it satisfies that sort of ability to get in and out of the store from a car park any quicker than the existing or the proposed entrance, I don't know. It potentially is achievable, an entrance off Graham's Road, but I wouldn't want to commit to it here without sort of clarifying that with Co-op's asset planners.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Edge. I don't think there's any more questions of clarity for yourself, so just leaves me to say thank you very much for taking the time to join us this morning and to give us yours and the applicant's views. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next public speaker is a representative of the Parish Council. We have Councillor Greg Price, who I'm hoping is joining us online. We did see him a bit earlier on, so I'm hoping he's still with us.
Good morning, Chairman.
Here he is. Good morning, Councillor Price. Good to see you again. So before we start, I do have to ask if you have the permission of your Parish Council to represent their views here today.
I do. I speak on behalf of the Council.
Good. Thank you very much. I'm sure you're well versed in this process, but just to be clear, 3 minutes to address the committee, at the end of which they may have some questions for yourself. So if you could stay on the line, that would be super. So please, Councillor, whenever you're ready.
I would like to start by saying that we support this proposed application wholeheartedly. The Co-op is a valued local resource within Great Shelford. And we note the concerns that highways have, but feel that they lack some local context. The existing Co-op shop is on a very busy road, which is a major school route. It has no off-street parking, either for cars or for cycles. And the new shop will have that off-road parking, as well as access to formal on-road parking within, a matter of seconds walk from the store itself. It's noticeable that the new premises will have much better sight lines for those who are entering and leaving the parking than those who are currently parking on road outside the existing site. And relocation in the view of the council will likely reduce the risk to vulnerable road users. And we note that the existing site is a major cycling to school route and it is an area which cyclists try to actively avoid because of the parking on road. The relocation would also, in our view, better serve the whole village. Whilst the golden triangle within the heart of the village is the current commercial area, the village has expanded significantly, and there is a large linear bit going down Cambridge Road towards Trumpington, which is not well served by the current setup. And we believe that relocation may actually reduce the number of people driving to the co-op, as it will make it more walkable for a lot more people, particularly some of the older communities that live around the new site. So there are several areas just over the railway bridge at the beginning of Cambridge Road, and also off Granham's Road, where there are significant numbers of elderly people who at the moment may drive to the co-op or may have difficulty accessing it. The relocation will also allow the restoration of a lost asset to our village, which is allow us to have a cash machine in store. And this in itself will potentially lead to a reduction of traffic movements, as at the moment, if you need access to cash, you actually have to drive to Trumpington or Sawston to access a cash machine. We note the concerns of local residents, but we feel that the co-op, as a responsible business, will take steps to address these. And we are aware that they are actively exploring steps to encourage non-motor vehicle access. And we note that having 9 or 15 cycle parking spaces will be 9 or 15 more than they currently have. They have clearly said that they are happy to support appropriate highway changes, for example, cycle lane hedgehogs, to protect cyclists and pedestrians further. And the decriminalisation of parking that is coming in the next year or so will also allow some enforcement if this is necessary.
Councillor Price, if you could wrap up, we are over time.
Yeah. So I would like to simply wrap up by urging the committee to approve this application.
That's great, thank you very much. I'll now, if you could stay on the line, please, in case there are any questions of clarity, of which I do myself have one. You mentioned the current location of the co-op can be dangerous for vulnerable road users, i.e. cyclists. Obviously, one of the concerns that the Highways Department has about the application we're looking at today is that people, when the car park is full, would park in the cycle lane, albeit illegally. I mean, is that, does one of those, I just wanted to get your views on that potential concern to vulnerable road users.
I don't believe that that is actually a reality. I know that junction very well. I use it every day. There is marked on-street parking a little further down the road and across the road. I think it would be extremely unlikely that people would park in a mandatory cycle lane. It's right next to a junction. It's a busy junction. People, I don't think, would do it.
Okay, no, thank you. That's clear. Members, I don't think there are any further questions of clarity for the parish councillor. So, Councillor Price, it leaves me to say thank you very much for taking the time to join us. And with that, we will move on to our final public speaker, who is joining us in the room. That is the local member, Councillor Peter Fain. I hope you haven't forgotten how to use the microphone, Councillor Fain. So we're just getting Councillor Fain set up with the technology.
There we are.
Here we go. So welcome. I won't explain the process. I'm sure you're very familiar, but I will be cutting you off at 3 minutes. So please, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I speak in favour of this application, and I would ask you to note that you have also support before you from Councillor Will Jackson-Wood, and also from Councillor Brian Milnes, writing as the County Councillor for this division. I just want to make a brief comment on the context of this application, and then to focus on two aspects, the parking and the effect on the cycle lane. This is an important gateway or signpost building, the entrance to the traditional part of this village as you come from the north. It has been empty for 6 years now. It has been explained to you why it is important that the co-op wants to, which is a very valued part of this community, wants to move to a site which would have some off-street parking, which is not currently the case. The co-op has not made the point that the existing store is in danger, but having looked at the delivery and arrangements and also the very narrow aisles there, the lack of cycle parking, you have to question whether co-op will continue in the village should this application not be granted. So then to focus on the specifics of this application, firstly, the car parking. We're talking about additional car parking here. Whether it is 15 extra spaces, I leave it to others to consider, but there are in addition 4 spaces in High Green on the same side of the road. Bear in mind, the post office used to be located there, has since closed, so those spaces are effectively vacated. There are 3 spaces in what was formerly the bus lay-by opposite. It is now dedicated to 30-minute parking. There are 5 spaces on what used to be Lloyd's Bank, which has closed, just up the way, connected by a peloton crossing. And whilst that is now a very good nursery, the times of use of that car parking space are different during the daytime. There is, of course, the existing car parking which is available to the current co-op site, which is on street and very restricted, but that is still available and it is within 600 metres. So I would emphasise that this is additional car parking space which is available. There are organisations, even relatively close to here, who've managed who've managed without even a car park at all for some period. The issue of cycle safety is very important on this site, and I would not contest those who say that cycling on that cycle path is not safe, but not at this location. Just up the way is the bridge over the railway line with a very narrow cycle path, and it is, no doubt about it, unsafe. At this particular location, I would argue it is not unsafe. There may be concern that cars might turn across it. They have been doing so ever since this was first a public house. They did so while it was a furniture showroom. And the question of whether those 2 additional car parking spaces at the front, in what used to be the pub front garden, are to be counted, I just want to assure the committee that those do not affect the sight lines on entrance and exit. They exist. Whether they happen to be adopted highway doesn't affect their existence. So I think I would argue that whilst there is a danger to cyclists using that path, it is not from this location, and I do not see that people are likely to park on the cycleway because of the available parking space in the area in addition to that at the back. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Fane, thank you very much. Members, we have an opportunity to now ask Councillor Fane any questions of clarification. We have one straight off from Heather Williams, then I have one myself, and then Councillor Martin Khan. Heather, please.
Thank you, Chair. And you may be humouring me here, so I'll accept a rein back if required. So, Councillor Fane, you know obviously the area better than us, and you'll have heard my question earlier to the applicant about Graham's Road, because a big issue seems to be about cycling and that cycle path that's in front on that side. If there was a secondary access on Graham's Road, do you believe that so people would be more likely to park on that side of the shop? Do you think that would create a different problem, or would that help relieve people's pressures and concerns?
If you could use your mic, please, Councillor.
Chairman, I wonder whether it would be possible to call up the location plan so that I can answer that. Is that...
Nick, if you have that to hand, I think that might help answer the question. If it's going to take a minute or two.
Let me set off anyway to answer Councillor Williams' question. The question is whether there would be benefits to having an additional access on Granham's Road, which, as you will see on there, is to the north and west of the site. The additional parking that is available here is on High Green, the side where the access is proposed. If people were to come out of the car park and go round the front of the building to Granham's Road, they would actually have to go further than to the existing proposal. The only question that might arise is whether there is actually a side gate from the car park onto Granham's Road to the north-east of the building, and it might be possible. But I don't really think that an entrance on Granham's Road would help.
Okay, I think Councillor Heather Williams had a slightly different question, but I'll let her vocalise.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. It was about an additional, so the concern seems to be about parking on the cycle lane, parking on the road if the car park's full, etc. So what I'm saying is you would have that entrance on for the car parking to come round, but if there was a possibility, like say a gate from the car park round and an entrance in, or if people were going to park on the road, they would park on, not on the High Green, the cycle lane, but on the other road, whether that would alleviate, on the basis that the applicants already said that they may potentially be amenable to that.
Chairman, I mentioned the side gate to the north-east coming out onto Granham's Road. That would only be possible, in my view, for pedestrian access. It is too narrow to get cars through there, and the proximity to the adjacent property means it would not be possible to have an additional entrance to the car park. I think that people going past the site on High Green, were the car park to be full, would tend to go to the additional parking just further south on High Green and opposite at the, and indeed to the car parking that's always been available, rather than going up Granham's Road and parking up there, although there is some possibility of parking in residential areas inevitably.
Okay, thank you. I think my question was next on the list. So you've obviously mentioned these additional areas to park that obviously aren't a part of this application today, but it might be helpful for me certainly if you were to give us an estimate as to roughly how far from the proposed co-op these actually are, so we can get some kind of indication as to the distance from these existing parking spaces.
If we could keep that location plan up, that would help me. There are 3 car parking spaces just on the edge, the southern edge of that plan, on the west side of High Green, with a 30-minute limit. Just a little bit further south, to the south of the studio, on High Green, there are 4 car parking spaces. When I parked this morning, 2 of them were vacant, but they are, of course, used by residents. Then within 250 metres, there is the turning into the High Street, and on that corner, there are 5 car parking spaces outside what used to be Lloyd's Bank. There are, in addition, of course, the car parking spaces on High Street itself. This site is, I would say, 625 metres from the former site, sorry, from the current site where people seek to find parking at the moment. I don't know if that helps you, Chairman.
It does, thank you. So I just had a question. Is one of the car parking spaces near a telephone box? Yes. Sure. Thanks.
Chair.
So people online probably can't hear this, but there's a debate going on about where these are. But I think
Chair, can I just say, I'm looking at Google Maps and it's actually quite helpful, would be really helpful. If we can get that up on the screen, because it just shows what's going on.
Sure. I think in terms of the general context of the application area, albeit those spaces aren't a part of this application, we need to remember that, but I think it might be helpful for committee members. Nick, I don't know if you have access to Google Maps or Street View or whatever it might be, just to show the context of these existing public parking spaces. So
yes, just please
yeah,
bear with me.
We can see you working away, so we'll give you a minute or two.
Okay.
Thanks. So to be clear, this is the application site with the hoarding around. This is the junction in question. On the left is the red cycle lane. So if we could, sorry, Councillor Fane, it might be easier if you ask Nick to direct us on Street View to show us where these spaces are, please.
Thank you. Yes, Nick, we're currently facing north. I think that it would be more helpful to face south if we can, so that we can show where the nearby parking places are. Right, beyond the little VW Beetle there, and just beyond that tree there, on the left, there are some residential car parking spaces beside the road, 4 spaces. Just ahead of that car you can see now. That's Maris Green. Past the entrance to Maris Green, there are parking spaces on the left. Unfortunately, the lorry is in the way, but there are parking spaces behind the lorry there. And then you can now see on your right, just beyond the telephone box that was referred to, a lay-by that was once a bus stop, where there are 3, arguably 4 spaces. I've often seen 4 cars parked there, but usually 3 spaces there. And then if you continue south along High Green, you get to the Pelican Crossing, where the old post office used to be. And on your right now, behind those lights, is where Lloyd's Bank used to be, and there are 5 car parking spaces, you can just see them now, where the food van is, and to the left of that. And then if you turn right there, you end up in High Street, which is the street in which the current co-op is located. And there is a certain amount of residential parking along one side of that.
I don't think we need a tour down the High Street, but I think we get the you know, what your point is around the additional parking off-site. Councillor Handley. Thank you, Nick, for that.
Yeah, thank you. Nick, can you stay with it? Could I ask you to go back and give the view of the car park onto the main road? Because I think that will look, that gives a good idea of, yeah, keep going. Whoa, there's a cyclist coming, look. I just thought that was a good view. Thank you.
Okay, I think, yeah, Nick, thank you very much. I think that's been really, really helpful to use Google. Yes, sorry. So I think that's answered the question, my question anyway, about the parking spaces. We did have a question following that from Councillor Martin Khan, please, for Councillor Fane.
Yes, I just wondered if you could, one of my biggest concern is actually, rather than the actual number of spaces, is the fact that there doesn't appear to be any restrictions on the road outside the building, and that it's referred to the fact that there's no guarantee that that will be granted. My experience from Histon, where there's similar numbers of spaces for 2 convenience stores, is that where there's a restriction on the road outside, there isn't actually very little parking, even though we don't have civil parking enforcement, that people do tend to respect that. But that if it wasn't, my fear is that if it wasn't, if there isn't any restrictions, then people might not obey. So I just wondered what existing restrictions there are, if any, outside the existing store and in the nearby area.
Well, Chairman, as members will have seen from the Google Earth, the statutory cycle path outside is very clearly marked. It is actually also a different colour. And no doubt, if people are uncertain of the status of the statutory cycle path, further signs could be put up if required. I don't know whether that helps, but I would just, reference was made to enforcement. You'll have seen in the papers that the co-op have their own enforcement arrangements, their own enforcement agents. So it should not be necessary to call, others referred to the CPE arrangements, to call on the local authorities' own new enforcement arrangements. But no doubt enforcement might be an issue. One can't guarantee that people will not park anywhere where they ought not to.
But not just in terms of High Green, but I was also thinking of Granham's Road. The picture there showed quite a long queue on Granham's Road trying to join into High Green. So presumably there are queues at peak times on that road, and there doesn't. It didn't appear to me there was any restrictions on Granham's Road. Are there any restrictions there as well? Because that
clearly, parking outside the front of the co-op would not be a satisfactory solution because of that.
Chairman, I have to admit I'm not quite sure what the restrictions are on parking on the first 50 metres of Granham's Road. I've never seen anyone parking on either side there, and I assume that it is clearly marked, but I have to admit I can't recall.
Okay, no, thank you. I think we've probably got as much as we can out of Councillor Fane this morning. So, Councillor Fane, thank you very much for giving us your views there. And as I think the councillor did mention at the start of his presentation to us, we do have written representations which we should have had as an update sheet from the other local member, Councillor Will Jackson-Wood, who is also writing in support, as well as the county councillor for the area, Councillor Brian Milnes, who also writes in support. And for completeness, there was also a submission from a neighbour who is writing in opposition to the proposals in front of us. So that's just for completeness there. So, Councillor Fane, thank you very much. Members, before that completes our public speaking, so before we move to the debate, we did say 11:45 for a break, so we'll have a 10-minute break for comfort, and then we'll come back and restart at 11:56 by this clock up here. So, thank you very much. We'll pause the meeting there, Aaron. Welcome back to this meeting of South Cambridgeshire District Council's Planning Committee. We're currently at item number 6, which is the application by the Co-op in Great Shelford. We've heard from the officer, all of our public speakers, and we're now moving into the debate section of proceedings. So as we saw earlier, we do have Dr. John Finney, who's representing the Highways Department here. So if there are any highways or traffic or parking related questions, obviously we do have a technical officer on hand to assist. We obviously also have Nick, who's the planning officer, available to answer any more sort of general planning related queries through the application. But if we could move into the debate now with a view to coming to a decision on this one, please. Councillor Khan's going to kick us off. Martin Khan.
I wanted to ask a question, actually, of, I don't know whether it's planning officer or the highways officer, but I just wondered whether it is possible, in planning terms, to impose a condition that the permission only go ahead if further parking restrictions are put on the road. I suspect that it's not possible, but I just wanted to clarify the exact position on that. So were we to require, for instance, the double yellow lines were posed on outside to prevent parking in certain areas, would that be a possible planning condition, or does it effectively reject the application?
Okay, so I will hand over to officers, but I think the question is, should approval be granted, would a condition regarding around firming up a parking strategy be approved before building takes place? Would that be acceptable as in planning terms as a condition? I think is the question. Phil?
Through you, Chair, thank you. The issue we've got there is that any restrictions in the highway would require a traffic regulation order, which is separate to the planning process, and we can't guarantee what the outcome of that traffic regulation order request would be. So if we were saying the traffic TRO was required to make the development acceptable in planning terms, and for whatever reason that wasn't granted, then effectively where the highway authority would be almost beholden to the decision on the planning permission. So I would advise against any condition in that regard. John Finney might want to add anything on that, but that's my view as a planning authority.
Sure, thanks. John, I see you've appeared on the screen. Do you have anything to add to that?
Just very briefly, as Phil has rightly pointed out, if you were to impose such a condition, it does in effect, or could in effect, make the highway authority the final arbiter of a planning application, which is a situation we do not wish to find ourselves in, and I'm sure you do not wish us to do so either.
Okay, no, I think that's very clear. Thank you both of you for that. Councillor Heather Williams, thank you. You had a question a bit earlier on in the item about highways. I think probably now is the time to ask.
Thank you, Chair. It's just in relation to the understandable concerns about the cycleway. But one thing I'm sort of conscious of is people's self-responsibility, in that it seems to be we're really worried that people are going to park illegally. And I'm just wondering how fair that is in balancing that for the applicant, that we are sort of penalising him for the actions that others may take who know the rules. So I'm wondering from the highways point of view, how much you're able to take in sort of people ignoring the law in the sort of recommendations, if that probably was a long-winded way of saying that.
I think we've got it. Essentially, is it the highway's responsibility to predict how people would poorly park? Because obviously it's the police or the local enforcement team that would have to enforce illegal parking. But John, I don't know if you had any comments on that question?
Okay. I mean, firstly, the mandatory cycle lane outside the existing mandatory cycle line along High Green is enforceable only by the police, as stopping or entering that lane is actually a moving traffic offence, not a traffic regulation order offence. So even if local parking enforcement were introduced, as it were likely to be in October this year in South Cambridgeshire, the LAPE officers, as we call local parking enforcement officers, would not be able to enforce any parking in that lane. In terms of people parking, if you might say, dangerously stroke in a hazardous location, Some years ago, the Transport Research Laboratory did a series of exploratory tests associated with this, and it is an unfortunate fact that a significant proportion of the population will rather park dangerously stroke illegally than walk more than 30 metres to a shop or similar. I find that quite a frightening concept. 100 feet, less than 30 or 40 paces, and people will park actually illegally or dangerously. So while there is obviously the existing cycle lane, the unfortunate fact is, from the unfortunate view of the Highway Authority, is that the proposal will increase the likelihood, significantly increase the likelihood of irregular stroke illegal parking within the cycle lane to the detriment of highway safety.
So to clarify, the answer to my question is that the County Council does take into consideration human behaviour as opposed to just what's within control of the applicant.
Yes, we do. Unfortunately, we do. The highway is obviously nothing without humans, so we do obviously take into human behaviour. Quite right, Councillor Wilson. We do.
Okay, thank you for that, John. We have next Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Chair. I live within 100 metres of a co-op local convenience store in another village, and from my observations, the majority of customers do either arrive on foot or in many cases in wheelchairs or in mobility scooters.
Peter, you've taken the microphone with you from the other side, so it thinks you're back where your old laptop was. I'm sorry, could you log into the other mic? So
Right, okay.
I'm sorry. It's just looking at an empty chair currently.
Sorry, everyone, we're just having some technical issues. Councillor Sanford isn't invisible. We're just having some microphone/camera issues. So if you could bear with us while he logs in. Here we go.
I have two microphones. It's overwhelming. Okay, apologies for the repetition for those in the room. I live within about 100 metres of a co-op local convenience store in another village. From my observation, the majority of the customers are local and arrive on foot, not in cars, or in wheelchairs or in mobility scooters. I'm a little disappointed that a quick scan of the application doesn't seem to have made any allowance for mobility challenged customers. Otherwise, I support the application.
Yeah, don't know if any officers have any comments on mobility provision within the application.
The application does hold a disability, a single disability space for the retail unit. I'll just get the correct paragraph of the report up. I think that's just.
Or equally, you could give us a reference number and we could look it up ourselves.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I did see the provision of a parking space, but my question's kind of followed on from the parish councillor's remarks that there are a lot of elderly people in the area, and I suspect they are more likely to arrive in wheelchairs or in mobility scooters. So that was my concern.
There's the one disability blue badge holder within the site that's stated on paragraph 8.19 of the report. Other than that, within the submitted block plan, there is no other mobility scooter or disability accommodation as such.
Sure, but presumably being a co-op, you know, all doors will be the right width, etc., etc. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure we can take that as read. Yeah.
But I don't believe, as I think we said within the report as well, I don't believe there is a requirement for them to provide that. As I've said, between 8.19, with reference to Inclusion Mobility Best Practice Guidance, Department for Transport 2021, for existing employment practices, 2% of the casting capacity could be provided for blue badge holders with a minimum of one space. The proposal is therefore considered acceptable in this regard. So.
Okay, I've now found the section. Thank you for the steer. That's appropriate.
Thank you for that, Nick.
Just very briefly, if I may, councillors.
Yeah, please.
On the Noah the NY Wines application, the applicant asked permission from the Highway Authority to provide a ramp to the front door because the highway actually runs up to the frontage of the building, and we've granted that under Section 278 licence. So the applicants are aware of the requirements, and I said in the past have quite happily accommodated that within the highway, which we didn't have any significant problems with.
So that wouldn't be an issue for highways in this particular case?
No, it would not. Again, the design, it's appropriate design. We've said we've done it before, and I can't see any reason why we wouldn't permit that. If planning permission was granted, why we wouldn't allow that to occur again.
Thank you, John. Councillor Richard Williams, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to clarify a point on highways. The reasons for refusal we've got, so the recommendation on page 80, talks about indiscriminate parking, mentions it a few times. But from highways, what I'm hearing is a specific concern about that cycleway. So I'm really just trying to clarify what the highways objection is. Is it just about parking on that cycleway? Which I must admit, knowing that area very well, I'd be amazed that very many people at all would park on that cycleway. It'd be a truly bizarre thing to do. So is it just that cycleway, or actually is it a broader point about indiscriminate parking in other places as well? Because I'm not quite sure what the objection actually is at the moment.
Sure. John, I think you're probably best placed to respond.
The Highway Authority's primary concern, obviously, is highway safety. As you quite rightly point out, Councillor Williams, it's what I would call irregular parking rather than indiscriminate parking. Unfortunately, I've worked a great deal in the City of Cambridge, and there is a certain level of parking within mandatory cycle lanes for convenience. The proposal is for a co-op store, but also I believe, Nick, when you need to correct me here, it's effectively an unfettered A1 use. While the co-op is the applicant, there is no guarantee that that would continue in use in perpetuity. So we have to look at this in a broader context as well. The issue is, is somebody likely to stop for what they would probably perceive for a short period of time in a mandatory cycle lane to access a convenience store? From experience elsewhere, and I non-imperial experience, that is likely to occur. What effect does that have on highway safety? Clearly, there is a mandatory cycle lane. A cyclist would not necessarily expect a motor vehicle to be parked in the mandatory cycle lane. They would obviously then potentially take a diversionary movement out into a live section of carriageway where motor vehicles are obviously traversing it. And again, a motorist may not necessarily expect a cyclist to make such a manoeuvre. That is a conflict. Also, in Cambridge, there is a colloquial term which is dooring, which is where a motor vehicle opens its door out into a cycle lane or into the path of a cyclist. It is such a common occurrence, as I say, it does actually have that colloquial term. That is also a concern. So while at the present moment, although I have seen photographs of vehicles parked in the mandatory cycle lane, I can't find them at the moment. I don't disagree with you. At the moment, I think parking in that mandatory cycle lane is unlikely. That's partly because you have Noah Young's Wines, which has parking to the rear and ample parking to the rear for the size of their development. Brian Tyler uses 2 spaces within the adopted public highway, and the existing store is unoccupied and or was a furniture sales unit where it has to be admitted irregular or short-term parking is unlikely. You're much more likely to make an organised visit to such a facility. It is the nature of the store, unfortunately, that drives our request the application be refused on the grounds of highway safety.
Okay, thank you, John. Next we have Councillor Hanley, please.
Thank you, Chair. If I was a resident of Great Shelford, I'd want a co-op here. I get it. I understand why the parish council are doing what they're doing and why other people are supporting this. However, the advice from the Highways Authority is clear, and I do not feel that we should ignore it. So my view is that we should support the officer recommendation.
Okay, thank you very much. So we're getting a split view here, which is healthy. So Councillor Martin Khan, please.
I agree with Councillor Handley that I can understand the need and the desire for this store. I am concerned. My general feeling is that people do park in cycle lanes. They don't regard it as a particularly severe constraint, unfortunately, because I agree with it, it is very dangerous. So I think it is likely that there would be some parking on the cycle lane, unless, but I think in double whelly lines is a much more severe restriction, particularly if we have civil parking enforcement and a few people were prosecuted for it. The message would soon get across. So I am unhappy about not having a parking strategy for the parking on the roads outside a constraint. I might take a different view if there were if an application had been made beforehand and a parking order had been put in place, but it hasn't, and clearly one can't impose it as a condition. So at the current situation, I also feel that it is necessary to have an access from the car park direct into the store. And if that requires building works to increase the storage area and reassign the area interior, that I think would be very much an important thing, because otherwise people will be discouraged from parking in the car park because of the long walk around. I think the parking constraints on Granham Road are also serious. It's clearly that from the views that we saw, there is queuing on there, and in fact, it's more likely that people will park on Granham Road and also cause a problem. So unless a parking strategy can be prepared and constraints, I feel also that I would tend to agree with the officer's recommendation, with the note that if something was done about the parking constraints, I might take a different view.
Thank you, Councillor Khan. Next up, we have Councillor Heather Williams, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think this was the right application to come to committee, and it is a very challenging one for us. For myself, I find it particularly challenging that, from a planning perspective, we're always told about what's in control of the applicant. When we ask for changes or anything else, it's what's in control of the applicant, and yet here, it does feel like we're being sought out to penalise the applicant because of the action of other people. And I think that's a very sad and sorry state of affairs that we're in. I appreciate why the county council takes in sort of the people that are just going to park recklessly. I do feel that proportion of society, no matter what we did, even if there was a car park of 30, 40, 100 cars, would still, if they want to park right outside the door, would still do it. And I would just caution that we cannot make for a situation or ever be able to address those individuals that choose to do that. So there is further parking further down, as Councillor Fain has shown to us, and it really is a short distance. Obviously, I've asked questions about having a secondary access, be it from the car park would be ideal, or sort of pedestrian walk-through, but that's not what we've got in front of us. So I'll keep listening, Chair, but it does feel, and I can understand why there's such support from the village, because if we think about it, what we've currently got is a shop with no facility and no parking. So this is an improvement. It might not be the optimum, the ideal, but it is an improvement. So I think it definitely deserves a lot of consideration from ourselves. Thank you, Chair.
Absolutely, and obviously we say this most every meeting, but planning is a balance. So it's whether members see the benefits that this application would give to Great Shelford outweigh the obviously harm that's been identified by the County Council and has been vocalised by Dr. Finney here. So that is a decision for members to make. We have next Councillor Richard Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'd make some general remarks on this at this point. I agree with what Councillor Heather Williams has just said. that if we had a 50-space car park behind, some people might park in a cycle lane. Of course, some people might. But I am concerned about the extent to which an opinion, and it is frankly at the moment just an opinion, you know, as these things often are, but you know, it's been described as a matter of judgment, a balance. You know, knowing the area very well, what is proposed here is a new site for a shop with 15 more car parking spaces than there currently are in the shop, which has 0 car parking spaces. I think the number of hours in the week where that car park is likely to be full are very, very small. If you drive past the Co-op on High Street at any point in the day other than very early morning or very late in the afternoon, there are plenty of on-street spaces opposite that shop. We've heard from the local member and from other representees that there are further parking spaces just a little bit further down within easy walking distance on the same side of the road. There are the parking spaces opposite Lloyd's Bank. So I am very concerned that we would turn this down on the basis that somebody might park in a cycle lane where, you know, I think that's a reason to turn down any application by a site which is adjacent to a cycle lane. There's always that risk. But I think the likelihood of it happening here, for me, is very small. And I put considerable weight on the views of the parish council, of the 2 local members, of the county councillor, who all know this site well and don't feel that is a significant risk. So I weigh that quite strongly against, yes, an objection from highways. But as I say, these things are a matter of context, it's a matter of judgment, and ultimately, at the end of the day, it's a matter of opinion. So I'm minded to approve this application.
Okay, thank you very much. So we've heard some members speaking in favour, some speaking against the application. I feel like most members have come to a decision on this now. Do any members wish to make any further points, ask any final questions that will help make their mind up? Or I'm trying to steer us towards making a decision on this one if possible. So can I ask any members final opportunity to put forward a view or ask any final questions? I can't see any, so in that case, obviously, we have got a difference of opinion, judging from what people have been saying. So before we make a decision, I will ask Phil if he wants to add anything at this stage before we do go to a vote. Obviously, the recommendation is to refuse, so if we were to go against that, I think I would offer officers the opportunity to give us any advice should we want to go that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, if members obviously are minded to grant planning permission for this application, we would need to look at a series of potential conditions which would make the development acceptable in planning terms. And also, I would advise that members give reasons as to why the decision was against, obviously, the officer recommendation. There have obviously been legal challenges in the past where members don't give reasons as to why they're coming to a different conclusion when there's a recommendation before them, and particularly when you're approving planning permission. So I would just advise that we consider reasons as to why planning permission may be granted if that is the way the vote goes. But I'm happy to put something together on those points, but might just need some 10 minutes to do so if that's the way the decision goes, Chair.
So what are you asking from us, Phil?
I think you need to take a vote and then.
Okay, fine. So we don't need to thresh out the reasons for approval should it go that way now, but should approval be granted, officers can verbalise that and then sign off post-decision. Is that correct?
I'm happy to take an adjournment just to put some conditions together.
Do you need to do that now or post-decision, post-vote?
Post-vote.
Vanessa?
Through you, Chair, let's go to vote, take the decision, and then if the decision is contrary to the officer's recommendation, then I would like 10 minutes to put some conditions together and reasons for granting just part of the recommendation.
Okay, would we then need to come back and agree those as a committee? Because presumably we would have already agreed. Councillor Williams?
I appreciate that we're sort of trying to have a vote to see if it's a requirement to do. However, the practice of this committee would be the adjournment taken before the vote and everybody clear as to how they are and why they are voting. And I would be nervous about breaking our normal status quo of having the adjournment pre-vote.
Sure, I mean, that was what I was trying to get at. I mean, are we being a bit premature in taking a decision before we know exactly what we may be approving an application against officer recommendations on? So I'm looking at Vanessa now. Would it be more sensible to take an adjournment now? Phil goes away, writes up some reasons for going against the officer recommendation. We then present those to the committee. If those who want to vote to approve agree, we can then move forward with the vote. If not, we'll have to go back. Is that fair?
Yeah, we can do it that way, absolutely.
Okay, so we're going to have how long do you need? 10 minutes? Okay, we'll have a 10-minute adjournment then. So at 12:35 on this clock up here, we'll be back and hopefully be in a position to make a decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. You're now on.
Thank you. Welcome back everyone to this meeting of South Cambridgeshire District Council's Planning Committee. We're currently on agenda item 6. We've had the public speaking, the officers' presentation, and also a debate from committee members. We are just on the verge of taking a vote on this, but before we do, I'm going to hand over to Mr. McIntosh, who's going to run through the conditions that will be applied to the application should members vote against the officer recommendation and approve this. So, Phil, please, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Just bear with me while I bring up my slide on this. So, as a result of the debate during the adjournment, we have just put together a draft list of conditions that if members were minded to grant planning permission, that we would suggest the following conditions be imposed onto the planning permission. So condition 1 is the standard time limit condition. Condition 2 would be, again, a standard condition regarding the development being carried out in accordance with the approved plans. Condition 3, ensuring that materials and finishes were carried out in such a manner that has been submitted with the application. Condition 4, that the parking layout shown on the plan provided is implemented and retained thereafter. Condition 5, notwithstanding the submitted plans, we've suggested that prior to the first use, details of cycle parking provision be submitted to and agreed in writing by the local planning authority, and that those cycle parking facilities that are then carried out in accordance with those approved details. Condition 6, propose that prior to first use, a delivery and servicing management plan be submitted to and agreed in writing by the local planning authority to ensure that deliveries are carried out in a suitable manner, and that would pick up on some of the concerns Highways had raised around timings of deliveries, and also our environmental health colleagues around noise management on the site. Condition 7, we would look to restrict the hours of operation in accordance with those provided by the applicant as set out in their application form. Again, around amenity-based issues, given that there's residents on the site living above the existing commercial premises. And finally, proposed condition 8 that the use class be restricted to Class EA within Class E of the Town and Country Planning Use Classes order, as Class E is quite now a significant suite of uses. We feel obviously if this would essentially allow a retail use to operate from the site, but no other use within Class E. And finally, one informative regarding statutory noise nuisance, which is a standard informative we normally receive from our environmental health colleagues. So that is the draft list of conditions. I don't think there's any comments on that.
Thanks, Phil. So I think the first couple are sort of standard conditions we attach to every application, but the ones more specific, I think number 4 onwards from what I've seen, and actually the one relating to submitting a cycle parking plan was something the applicant actually themselves suggested and they'd be open to, as that obviously was a concern of the Highways Department. Okay, well, can I ask those members who are minded to vote in favour of this? Sorry, before we do that, Councillor Handley.
Yes, I'm sorry. Can I just make sure that the number 4 drawing number includes the very recent changes to cycling storage provision? Have we got the right one in there?
Through you, Chair, the additional plan that was provided would be included when the approved drawings under condition 2. Condition 4 relates to the car parking layout, but yes, that additional plan will be included under those approved plan drawings.
Okay, so we're including the most recent plan that has more cycle parking included than originally. Okay. Okay, members, so those minded to vote in favour, please take a look at these and any comments. Councillor Cullen.
I was just wondering whether it were it to be vote for approval, would you be able to put an advisory asking for a parking management application under the highways regulations for management, or is that not possible?
Obviously, I'll let officers answer that, but I mean, I'm sure we can put as many informatives as we like. Obviously, they're not enforceable, but it's a nice to have, essentially, in planning terms. But I'll let officers answer.
Through you, Chair, yes, we could add an informative suggesting that the applicants consider a traffic regulation order, but yes, obviously we can't enforce them to do that as a condition, as we discussed.
If it didn't occur, would the Highways Authority be able to do it itself or not?
I think it would depend on the operations once the store's up and running, whether there were serious concerns from the Highway Authority about traffic movements and potentially parking in their locality. So that would be something that they would need to monitor. Whether John's still there, he might be able to give a bit more clarity on that, but I guess they would need to have monitoring data to justify introducing a TRO.
In answer to your question, Councillor Bank, yes, the Highway Authority obviously has powers to introduce waiting restrictions if it feels necessary. However, the unfortunate fact is, given our limited funds, that would probably be in response to an accident occurring, which is obviously something we're trying to prevent.
Okay. So I hope that answers your question, Councillor Khan. And Councillor Ariel Khan, please.
I would just like to say I would also support adding an informative regarding applying for a
Okay. Well, can I ask members that are inclined to vote in favour then? Does anyone have any issue with adding that as an informative, as relayed by Councillors Khan? I don't see any objection to that, so if I could pass it on to officers to include that as an informative, on the understanding informatives aren't enforceable. Okay, I think we're... Sorry.
We just need to run through the reasons, if members are minded to grant.
Okay, so before we take the decision on this, I think Phil's going to outline the reasons, in his view, that we would be going against the officer recommendation.
Yeah, so through you, Chair, as I said just before the adjournment, we need to have regard to reasons that the committee may wish to grant planning permission in the event that obviously that is going against the recommendation before you. And having had regard to the debate with the committee, or presented by the committee, the following I have suggested as reasons as to why members consider that planning permission could be granted. And I'm happy to read those out, Chair, if you'd like me to read through those quickly.
Yeah, if you could summarise rather than read verbatim, I think that would be helpful.
Okay, so reason one, essentially that members consider that securing a tenant within the vacant commercial premises, which has been vacant for a number of years, would have a significant positive benefit to the character and vitality of the village. That in regard to reason number two, that members were satisfied that the level of on-street parking was sufficient, notwithstanding obviously the comments that have been made by the Highway Authority, and noting that there is ability to enforce against parking through statutory requirements. Members considered that they did not agree essentially with the conclusions raised by the highway officer. And reason three is essentially that although there was identified some conflict with the parking standards in terms of them not meeting the indicative standards in policy TI3, that in weighing the overall planning balance, members were satisfied this did not outweigh the benefits of the proposal in relation to the provision of gaining a tenant in a long-time vacant commercial unit and the impact that would have on the vitality of the village. And therefore members consider that to be appropriate in planning terms subject to conditions we've just discussed, Chair.
Sure. Okay, I think that probably encapsulates the debate that I've heard. Those minded to vote to approve this, can I ask if anyone disagrees with any of that Phil just read out and summarised?
No.
Councillor Sanford?
In addition, reason two for refusing was inadequate cycle storage, and we should probably note that the applicant has now come forward with a high-level proposal that would satisfy cycle storage needs. subject to more details.
Phil, any comments on that?
I think in relation to that reason, officers have identified that the cycle parking provision isn't provided within the site. Some of it is provided within the public highway, but that's not within the applicant's control. Some additional parking was proposed, being 6 spaces at the rear, but again, that wouldn't be meeting the 15 spaces required on site. So although there's some additional parking, it's not to the level that officers consider would be appropriate under the cycle parking standards. So if members were minded to refuse planning permission, my advice would be to retain that reason for refusal.
Okay. Does that satisfy you, Councillor Sanford?
Thank you, yes.
Okay. Members, let's have a vote. So obviously we have 2 reasons for refusal in the agenda, which is the officer's recommendation. We've just been through the reasons for approval. Should members be minded to go against that recommendation and approve, and we've gone through the conditions and informatives that will be attached to that approval should we vote that way. Judging from the debate, we are going to be split on this, so I'm going to ask Democratic Services if they could load up a vote for us. Okay, I need to word this carefully because the recommendation we have on page 80 is to refuse the application. So the way we need to vote on this is, do we agree or not with that recommendation? So if we wish to refuse the application, we need to vote for, so we need to vote green. If we wish to approve the application and go against the officer's recommendation, we need to vote red. So red is to approve, green is to refuse, just to confuse things. And obviously yellow is to abstain. Is everyone abundantly clear on that? Okay. So if I could ask everyone to vote. Luckily we have an odd number of councillors voting, so I won't be needed to use my casting vote. One more.
No, Peter's abstaining.
No, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, correct. So here we go. So we've had all 7 votes in. We have 1 vote. Is there a problem, Councillor Khan?
Sorry, quick clarification. So red is to approve the application and refuse the officer's?
Yes, that's right.
Yes.
So we're voting on the officer's recommendation.
Okay.
So before the vote is still open, so if anyone needs to alter their vote, now is the time. So to be abundantly clear, we're being asked by the officer to refuse the application. If you're in agreement with that, press green. If you're against that recommendation and want to approve the application, vote red. And of course, you have the option to abstain as well. So before we close the vote, has everyone voted the right way? Is everyone comfortable? Good? Okay. Well, Aaron, could you close the vote, please? I think that's clear. So, okay, members, we have 2 votes in favour of the recommendation to refuse, 5 votes against the recommendation to refuse. So that application is approved with the conditions and informatives as agreed with officers. So, yeah, that application is approved. Thank you very much to all those that took part in that. That was a very healthy debate, I feel. And I'd like to thank all the public speakers as well that took the time to come and give us their views today. So thank you very much, everyone, for your input there. Okay, members, with that, I will need to hand back over to Councillor Peter Fain to chair the rest of the meeting. So thank you to Councillor Sanford for stepping in as Vice Chair, and I will resume my role as number 2. Thank you very much, everyone.
We'll now resume, and we come to item 7, which is resubmission of a previous approval when change was to a green area outlined in red on the plan to additional parking area. This is on page 83 of your papers. And the recommendation is to approve this subject to conditions. The case officer presenting on this is Nick Yeager. Nick, are you with us? There he is. Please go ahead. Give us an update, a summary perhaps of this, and an update on new factors to be taken into account.
Thank you, Chair. So this is an application at the resubmission of previous approval for the change of the green area outlined in red on the plan to additional parking due to very limited parking available and neighbourhood disputes. This application is at the grass area, Dolls Close, Bolsham. This application is brought to committee because the land is in with the ownership of the council and the application has been submitted by an officer of the council. The application is being recommended approval by planning officers and the application, as mentioned, is a resubmission. The past application was approved on the 6th of the 9th, 2018. However, this was never implemented and the time limit has since lapsed. The resubmission is identical otherwise to the previous submission. So I'll just go start my presentation. So this is the location plan. The application, the question of the area that will change to the parking area is this area shown in red here. Blue line, I believe, is the wider land which the council own, and the properties that the council own as well, and they wish to change this green area here to additional parking to for the neighbours. So site overview, it's located within the development framework. Application site is here. There's no material harm to the parking of the area. It's not considered to impact the character or appearance of the area, and no adverse impacts identified to neighbouring properties. Submitted block plan showing the area located in red as the new parking bay. The application site would allow for 2 additional spaces here. An amended plan was submitted through the application. This was due to some queries on the Highway Authority on the gully and the infiltration materials. However, an amended plan has been submitted and the Highway Authority confirmed and no objection subject to a falls and levels condition. Here is the application site located here. So it would be along this area as such with my pointer is highlighting. It would still retain the footpaths that located either side of the site, and there is a little footpath that crosses the middle. They would be retained, so it is just the green grass area. Here's another shot of the area. So it'll be here. Looking back towards where I previously taken. And here's a further shot here, so it'll be screen area. Sorry, the screen area here. No third-party comments received or parish comments received either. This application is brought before committee as mentioned, as it was submitted by an employee of the council and is council-owned land. The conclusion, planning balance, no material harm to the parking of the area, no adverse impact upon the character, the appearance of the area, and no impact to the neighbouring amenities. And the officer recommendation is to approve subject to conditions as suggested within the officer report. And on that, I will go back to the chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions of clarification for our case officer? Yes, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Nick. Just to be absolutely clear, so the only reason this is with us is because the original permission that was granted some years ago has now lapsed because the district council essentially hadn't done the work, so they need to reapply to get permission to do the work. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, and has anything at all changed from the original application to the one before us today?
No.
Okay, that's clear, thank you.
Thank you, Nick. That is very clear. So we have the recommendation on page 91 of your report. Does anyone want to raise any points for debate on this? Yes, Councillor Martin Khan.
I just wondered whether what the motivation was, whether there has been a parking problem in that location, because the photos you didn't show any particular parking problem. I just wondered whether what the motivation was and why it was being proposed. Sorry.
Yeah, I think the applicant or the housing team that have submitted this, we're just aware that I think it's just to allow for additional parking within the close. It's stated on the description there's been neighbour disputes, so I wouldn't know any more information than that on those particular issues, but presumably it's just to allow some additional parking within the close of Dole's Close and Bolsham. Thank you.
Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. I think what's in front of us is acceptable. There's been no changes to it before, so I don't see any reason to make a different decision, and happy to go to the vote approving it.
Councillor Khan, are you seconding that proposal?
Oh, sorry. Well, I wanted to make comments, if I may, in the debate.
I think it's reasonable that we do take one or two comments in debate, if that's all right. So we'll come back to that motion in a minute. Councillor Khan.
There was a previous application, I think it was in Cottenham, where additional parking was provided on green areas. I am apprehensive that green areas are not taken up by hard standing unless there's absolutely a motivation, a need for it. And I haven't really seen how it explained to me what the need is for this. Admittedly, the area is just plain grass of no real biodiversity interest, but it does create a rather more hard appearance to the area, and it would restrict the possibility of putting further landscaping on that green area, making it more interesting. So the problem is that we've got a precedent on this, though it was approved, but if I was to take an independent view, my own view, I would be rather unhappy about it, and I might not be prepared. I'm still debating whether to vote in favour or against.
Okay, thank you. I'll come back first to Vice Chair and then back to Councillor Williams.
Thank you. Just to add a bit of flesh to the bones of this application, I'm actually the county councillor for Bolsham. So essentially, I think the reason for doing this is that parking is very limited in Dole's Close. There is very little off-street parking, so all the houses you saw on the plan the officer showed, very few of them have their own dedicated off-road parking space, so everyone has to park on the street, has led to a lot of issues with people not being able to park their cars and some neighbour disputes. So I think the motivation of the housing department, from what I can see, is to try and alleviate that, albeit it is only 2 additional spaces, but I think virtually I don't see there being any objection to these parking spaces being included. So from my own personal point of view, I would be supporting the application and a bit apprehensive to refuse on loss of a very small green space. Thank you.
Thank you. That's information that I wanted to receive.
So I can then come back to Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to refer to page 83 on the proposal. It does reference limited parking availability and neighbour disputes, which, as we all know as local members, anything we can do to avoid those is best for everybody. I'd also say from a planning point of view, while I do take into consideration what Councillor Martin Khan has said, from a planning point of view, I don't see any reasons for refusal. Using green spaces for parking, I would argue, is probably a policy decision of the housing department as opposed to the planning element. So I hope that helps contribute to the debate, Chair.
And Councillor Williams, you had just previously proposed that we move to a vote. You're right. Do I have a seconder for that?
I'll second.
Seconded vote. Let's move to a vote. Do we need to take an electronic vote on this? Can we take that by affirmation? Is anyone against
In the light of the information provided, my view might be different.
Right. So is anyone else against the recommendation? I think we can take that by affirmation. We're all in favour of approving this as recommended. Thank you. Right, now I'm conscious that it is 1 o'clock. We have a number of items remaining on our agenda. I'm always conscious of the fact that we do have one public speaker on the next item who may have been waiting some time. Is our speaker is with us. Would it be acceptable to continue to take this item 7, or do members want to break for lunch as I announced originally? Item 8, thank you, Councillor Williams, yes. Would it be acceptable to take item 8 before we break for lunch? Any strong opposition to that? Let's go ahead then. So, item 8, which is on page 93 of your papers. Right, and we have an update from Phil McIntosh beside me on this. I don't know whether the presenting officer will want to speak as well, or whether you'll cover that. Okay, that's Phil McIntosh.
Thank you, Chair. It's just a recommendation on a revised recommendation on this this item. The reason it's before you, obviously, is because it's a member of staff and is a household application for this member of staff. But in reviewing the scheme this week after the agenda was published, it was noted that the description of development, which has gone out to our to residents in the locality, doesn't refer to the fact that this scheme includes a side extension. It only refers to a rear extension, and that description we feel should be amended to make reference to this scheme including a side extension. It's a small point, but I think it's important that that is cleared up prior to a decision being made on the application. So my recommendation to you as the members of the committee in considering this item, I think it still can be considered, but my advice would be to alter the recommendation to state that when members are minded to approve, it will be delegated to officers, subject to the conditions set out, and a revised consultation on the description of development, and that no objections were raised by neighbours in relation to the further consultation period. So that's my
thank you for that recommendation. So the recommendation is we can continue our consideration, but that any decision would be subject to further procedures. I'm going to take Councillor Heather Williams first, and then I think Councillor Bill Handley after that.
Thank you, Chair. Again, we've had this in the past, and committee has normally deferred. My recollection is we've deferred, let the consultation happen, and then we make the decision. I am extremely uncomfortable making a decision before consultations have finished, because there may be something that I would look at in those subsequent consultation responses that would alter my decision, but actually I wouldn't be able to change my vote or anything like that. So I am incredibly, while I take your point, it's something minor, I just think it's a can of worms and we shouldn't be opening it. So I would propose that we defer until the consultation is complete, and they're more than happy to look at it again.
Right. Before I take any further comments or questions on that, I'd just like to go to our legal officer for advice.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, through yourself. My advice is you defer this application.
Okay, that's a clear recommendation. Are you happy with that?
Yep, based on Vanessa's advice.
Yes, based on legal officer's advice, that is the recommendation. Are we all agreed that we defer this application?
Yep. Chair, may I just come in for one moment?
Yes,
just to quantify that. You defer the application until the consultation, the reconsultation has concluded and all comments are received.
Right, that is the recommendation. Are we all agreed to that? Councillor Williams? Right, you're happy to that. I think we can take that by affirmation, all agreed. Yes. Agreed. Good. Okay, so we won't need to call on the applicant as our public speaker. We have a number of other items on our agenda, but I suggest we have a break for lunch now and come back to those after lunch. I know some of those involved, John Shuttlewood in particular, are quite used to having to hold on for us to come back to their items, and I'm sure we'll cope. Let's reconvene, I think 1:45, 40 minutes for lunch, is that all right?
Sure.
Okay, 1:45. Thank you. Welcome back to this meeting of South Cambridgeshire District Council Planning Committee, and my thanks to our public speakers for later item for their patience while we broke for lunch. We come now to item 9, the member site visit protocol, which is on page 99. And we have, of course, discussed this previously. I would emphasise that I'm assured the only changes that have been made since we previously discussed it are the ones which this committee requested. So I'll pass over to Phil McIntosh to present this.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, obviously, thank you for that introduction on the site visit protocol, which was discussed at the last meeting in December. As members are aware, we are seeking to introduce a protocol across the 3 committees that the Shared Planning Service operates to ensure there's a consistent approach to site visits by members when they are deemed necessary and appropriate to assess planning applications. And as a result of the discussions that were had at the last meeting in December, there were some suggested alterations to what that protocol included, and they are now set out in paragraph 2 under the recommendation. And there are essentially 3 dot points there, which refer to the protocol including a request for site visits to include local ward members, so the option that they are able to come and visit the site and point out matters of fact and assist with the planning committee in reaching a decision. So they can request site visits on that basis. They can also proposing to attend a site visit where, again, that's deemed necessary or appropriate in terms of helping and assisting the committee in making a decision on a particular planning application. And the final point is just any minor or changes to the wording that we've got. We're obviously reviewing the document that's now been to the City Committee and also JDCC. So we're just looking to allow any minor alterations, but no changes to obviously the substantive content other than what's listed on the 2 points above. So that would be the proposal now for the member site visit protocol, Chair.
And we're being asked for our endorsement, I think. Just one minor comment. On page 100, it was suggested that the wording there might suggest that the attendance of local ward members was sort of expected or obligatory. It's possible that wording could be tweaked, but if so, that would be covered, I would suggest, by item 3, modest changes to the protocol. We would approve this, we would endorse this subject to modest changes to the protocol relating to points of clarification and textual changes under officer delegation. So with that, open this to discussion. Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for bringing the report back and referring to page 100. The only thing that I can see that hasn't been included, which was part of our debate last time, was on the first bullet point, requests for site visits to include local ward members. I believe we did say as well that parish councils would be able to request a site visit. We explained like a tick, like when they ask for it to come to committee, because otherwise I think you'll find that local ward members will be sort of having to translate that for parish councils. It would seem suitable to just allow them to do it directly. But we did say that there wouldn't be attendance by parish councils, but they could still request it even if they couldn't attend. So that is the only thing that I feel is missing from the previous debate in the recommendation here. Otherwise, I'm happy to go ahead. I'm also happy with the wordings, I should say, to include the local member. It doesn't say local member must be in attendance, but I think that is literally what it says. We can include the local member, make them informed, make them aware. It's then up to them if they decide to attend or not. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can I just refer to the minutes of our previous meeting, which we approved earlier on? Discussions were held over paragraph 3.5 and who could request a site visit. The committee felt that local members should also have the ability to request a site visit be held. And if they wish to do so, the parish council could subsequently request a site visit through their local member. So now we're proposing that they should request that directly rather than through their local member.
Chair, if I may clarify, that was part of the discussion, but my view is that parish councils should be able to directly ask for a site visit as they do a planning committee. Otherwise, to be quite honest, all that's going to happen is parish councils are going to come to us as local members. I doubt very much that local members would reject the parish council's request to ask them to do it. It just seems like unnecessary sort of admin and traffic, which ultimately, you know, could be if a local member was away or ill, you know, we've seen times of leave and what have you, that it doesn't provide that sort of fail-safe of them being able to go directly. That's all. I'm just thinking of time. We've brought in a sort of a parental leave policy if that person was off, and it's sometimes these things are timely. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, thinking about the practical situation where a parish council requests a visit, that could go to, for instance, to our delivery manager, who is in a position to decide that one way or the other. Would the delivery manager feel the need to consult the local member before agreeing to such a visit? I think in practice not. So, any other comments on that point? Is that something that could easily be incorporated under the officer delegation requirement on page 100?
Well, Chair, sorry, through you, Chair. I think you had suggested the compromise last time, as minuted, that it would be directed through a local ward member. That was the intention of the policy, that we would expand out to obviously members of the district council to enable that procedure to take place, and if parishes wish to take a view on whether an application needed a site visit, they could use their ward member, elected ward member in that regard.
Councillor Handley.
Yeah, I hope we don't have to reopen this debate, really. We did come to a compromise. You know, I was actually, if you recall, I was actually against parish councils being allowed to attend because, not because, but because
Forgive me, Councillor, I think the question here is whether they should be allowed to request, not whether they should be allowed to attend.
Yeah, but I think that the compromise, it was a compromise, so we said, yeah, let's talk, you know, let them discuss with the ward district council before attending, because it may be that, you know, the ward parish council, district councillor can iron out any issues with the parish council so that they don't have to attend. But that's, I mean, I'm not going to hang on it, but I've been at, I've said before, I've been at these meetings where parish councils representatives have turned up and tried to sway the opinion of the planning group, and I don't see, they'll have their chance when they come here.
Yes, I don't fancy my chances as chair as being able to control local members, but my chances of being able to control parish councillors should they attend. I think we just need to bear in mind on this point, I'll come back to you in a moment, but I think we need to just bear in mind that we are seeking a protocol that could be jointly applied by 3 committees, bearing in mind that City Planning Committee, Development Control Committee, does not have parish councils to consider, and that within JDCC there are some parishes and some areas where there is no parish. But Councillor Williams again.
Thank you. I just wish to clarify in relation to what Councillor Hanley said. I am not seeking for parish councils to attend site visits, which I understand is the crux of Councillor Hanley's concern about swaying, etc. So that is not what I'm suggesting. What I'm suggesting, you've got someone like myself that has 11 villages that are brought into 8 parishes. That's 8 parish councils requesting site visits and coming through myself when they've ticked the box to say they wanted to come to committee, they could equally tick a box to say they request a site visit. It feels like an unnecessary administrative process that we would then need to email in to confirm the request from the parish council. the reason I say this is it's not going to change the outcome, because it's still down to the delivery manager to decide which applications get site visits. It's just, I just think it's a simpler process, because they're already allowed to ask if it comes to committee or not. It just makes sense to me to have another box on the form for site visit. And I appreciate the JDCC, but they do have area committees. I know it doesn't work the same, but this is South Cambs. We do have parishes, and a joint service does not mean we have to lose our own identity or the ability to make our own rules for our own committees. So I would just, I don't think it would be a big stretch to say if there's a parish, it's included on the form. That I'm just thinking of the admin, because the result won't change.
This wording is specific to parish councils, not area committees. I don't think that City Council Development Control Committee would want to request that, but I don't want to tempt fate on it. But do others have views on this? I'll come back to you if you want in a minute, but let's see what views others have on this. So the question then, I think, is if we are to endorse this, are we going to request that local members effectively have a veto on the parish council request, because it would have to come through local members, or are we proposing that parish council should be able to request it directly, and the delivery manager, should he wish to, would be able to consult the local member before agreeing to that? Councillor Andy.
Can I suggest yet another compromise, that all we say is, yes, parish councils can request directly, just let the ward district council know that they've done so.
So are you suggesting that the local ward member should have
just
veto on whether
that the parish council requested it? It's as simple as that.
Can we incorporate that reasonably easily without starting the whole process again? Bearing in mind that two other council committees have endorsed this already.
I don't want to die in a ditch over it, but I've seen some issues before. That's all. I'm just trying to get around those, but it's not something I want to hold this process up for.
Well, sorry.
I'm just going to say, obviously, it's possible to include the request for parish site visit if the members feel strongly about that. Personally, I think we could review it. We could leave it as it is now and review it. And if there were a significant number of requests coming in, we could look to alter it to include that. I'm reluctant to introduce too many procedures into this. We're having to CC local ward members and that sort of thing to say that it's part of the protocol. I'd rather, if it's going to be included, we just say that they can make a request and leave it at that.
There is nothing in this protocol as written that prevents parish councils from making a request directly to the interim delivery manager, nor is there anything that prevents the delivery manager from choosing to arrange a visit, partly because of the request from a parish council. Do we therefore need to insist on adding this wording, which might require the amended version to go back to the other two development control committees?
I'm willing to vote to endorse this now. I think I've made my point. I just think there are occasions, local politics and all that. It's just good, and as a district councillor, you know if the parish council are going to send a representative to it. It's just.
So I think we have a proposal from both Councillor Heather Williams and supported by Councillor Bill Handley that we should amend this to include specific provision for parish councils to request a visit. Am I right?
Being absolutely clear, I'm not suggesting parish council attend.
No, the question
this is that parish councils, when they request an application to come to delegation meetings, to go to committee, that equally, exactly the same process, they tick a box to say they'd like a site visit. Again, that's decided by delivery management. All it is doing, this makes the system, they have to come through us. And you're right, it essentially gives us a veto over the parish, whether the request goes in or not. I'd rather they were allowed the independence of making the request. And it's simply on this wording, request for site visits to include local ward members and parish councils. It's 3 words. That's all I'm asking for, 3 words.
Can we do that without going back to the other 2 committees?
We can have it just for our committee.
No, I think we're trying to arrange a single protocol for the... Okay. Phil?
I'm happy to add in the parish council request, and as part of the protocol, whether we need to actually formally report that back to other committees, I'll speak to colleagues about that. But
I guess we could do it without referring back to others because they do not have parish councils. And therefore, they're unlikely to be worried about the addition of that, those few words.
JDCC might be the only other council where that comes into play, but City, obviously, definitely not.
Councillor Richard Williams.
So just a small note, Chair, at the last JDCC, I think it was conceded there that we weren't going to have the same protocol for 3 planning committees because JDCC had undone the amendments and South Cams had done. So I think we've already established we've got different protocols now.
Okay, so we can add in those 3 words here and without the need to go back for further endorsement by the other 2 development control committees. That is, I think, a proposal now from Councillor Williams, which I think is seconded by Councillor Handley, am I right? Are we all happy to agree that? Yep. So that is a small amendment. Given that, do members want further debate, or are we happy to endorse the protocol as now amended?
Yes, I think we are.
Yeah, I think we are. Shall we take that by affirmation?
Agreed.
Agreed. Right. Thank you. We can manage that. Good. Let's move on then to item 10, the enforcement report. And I'm glad to see that John Shuttlewood is still with us. Thank you for your patience, John. Enforcement report, or is it compliance report? Page 109.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon and good afternoon, committee and all members in the hall. Let me just bring up the reports online for you. I'm sure you've got it there in front of you. Hopefully you can see the screen now. I'll take that as a yes. Right, so the executive summary. So during December, we closed down a number of cases. So there's now 154 open in South Cambs District Council compared to 165 beforehand. We'll go to the statistics in the appendix. Updates to service delivery. It's a short one this month. You will see that in bold. I'm pleased to welcome our Principal Planning Compliance Manager that I've been threatening you with in the last couple of months, Mr. Christopher Braybrook. He is online at the moment. I will ask him at the end of my short presentation just to reveal himself to members. And just to let you know, Christopher will be taking on the report and bringing on the report to committee and presenting it in the following months. So thank you very much for your time, members, up until now, and your generous consideration given to enforcement matters.
Thank you to you, John, very much for all your work in presenting these reports. Is Christopher Braybrook online now? Or shall we welcome him later?
Well, if you could welcome him in about 60 seconds and all will be revealed. Right, thank you very much. Yes, again, breaches continue to be reported online using the new e-form, along with the information available on our webpage. Now, the report does say that the team email address will be turned off at the end of this month, referring to the end of January. However, we are aware that members have previously expressed some concern with regarding that the e-form is they consider may not be working 100% of the time. And you've commented and we have listened, and for that reason we're giving the email address an extra stay of execution for another month. So it's not now due to be turned off until the end of February. There'll be continuing monitoring going ahead, and hopefully by the end of February everything will be tickety-booed. There was a question given last month about whether the new online digital planning enforcement register, whether you could use the map system in order to find out the enforcements and where the formal enforcement notices had been served. I can't remember which member requested that. But I've had a look at the moment. That's not something that can be done at the moment. So we're still asking for over a reference number or a postcode or a single line of address to try and find the enforcement notice on site. But I will take that back and I will try and see whether it's indeed possibly in the future. Finally, anybody wishing to make comments on the consultation of the Joint Planning Compliance Policy has 2 days left to do so. Thank you very much. What I'll do, I will just stop sharing that and go on to the appendix. Okay, hopefully you can see the appendix here. So just for the figures for December in South Cambridgeshire, 8 persons are managed on 8 to navigate the e-form and submit planning complaints. We've closed down 19 in total in December. So that completes Q3 of this year in 2022. Number of complaints received for the quarter for the last 3 months is an average of the previous 6 months. And there's been a slight dip in the amount of cases closed due to the transitional arrangements in signing off investigations whilst Christopher arrives. And finally, in December, we served 1 operational development enforcement notice. That was in Linton Ward at Moat Farmhouse for a large amount of earth movements alleged and the creation of a lake. Okay, I'm going to stop you there, and then obviously you can now see Chris on screen. Thank you very much.
Welcome, Christopher. Do you want to introduce yourself or add anything?
Sorry about that. Thank you, Chairman and members. I'm Chris, the new planning compliance manager. I've just started at the beginning of the month, just getting my head around the way things work at the council and the shared partnership. I've come from North Hertfordshire and I was there for just shy of 15 years. So this is a new challenge and I'm looking forward to it. There's quite a lot on my plate already, but I think it's going to be a good change for me and I'm looking forward to working with everyone.
Thank you both, and I'm sure John will miss his opportunity to wait all day for us to do this report to us, but no doubt you will enjoy that, and we look forward to speaking to you again in future. Do we have any questions from the committee? I have a brief one, if I may. I was, in relation to the new procedure, the e-form, I was looking at the number received in December 22, which is 8, and then I looked down below to see to what extent that reflected previous patterns, and I see that for Q4, which presumably includes December, we received 0. I assume I'm misunderstanding the table.
Yes, Chair, if I may answer you directly into that one. So that is the quarters relating to the financial year, April to April. So Q4 will be the forthcoming 3 months of January, February and March.
Thank you. Right, no other questions, so thank you very much for that report. And Chris, look forward to meeting you in future planning committees.
Thank you.
Shall we then proceed to our next item, which is item 11, appeals against planning decisions and enforcement action. I think, Phil, you're going to take this, are you? Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it's the usual appeals summary that we would present every month and set out in the appendices 1 to 5, which are decisions notified by the Planning Inspectorate, appeals we have received, obviously inquiries and hearings that are up and coming, decisions we're awaiting from the Planning Inspectorate, and those where statements are still due to be sent out within the timescales provided to us by PINS. As I say, I'm happy to take questions on any of these. If I answer them now, I will, and obviously take away any that I can't answer now. Thank you, Chair.
Do we have any updates in relation to any of these reported here? I think I was thinking of the one in Girton, but that's not listed, is it?
No, we have had some decisions come in the last week or so that may not have got onto this report as yet, but they would be carried over into the report we present to the February committee. So any of those where we perhaps have had decisions since this was published, we can update those at the next meeting, Chair.
Okay. Any questions for Phil McIntosh on the reports and appendices before us? None that we can see. Thank you very much, Phil. Let's then move on to Martin. You had a question or comment. Dr. Martin Carr.
I just simply wanted to ask about the appeal which was allowed in Toft. Were there any particular issues that we should take note of, or was this just the way the decision went?
Which one are you referring to?
72 West Street, Toft.
And which page are we on?
117.
Oh, yes. Right. Any comments on that?
I would have to, I think I skimmed read it and I can't remember the exact issues that were at hand, but I'm happy to have a look at that and bring anything back if I feel there's anything that members should be aware of.
Only if it's an important issue that was raised in it. That's really, I just wanted to find out whether it was relevant particularly.
So, Councillor Khan, you are raising this in relation to an important issue that arose in the appeal. What was that?
I was just wondering whether there was an important issue because it's not explained why this one was allowed.
Okay, I think
it's useful to know if there are important issues related to it when we lose an appeal.
Right. I beg your pardon. Councillor Dr. Richard Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, just a very quick one. Just under Appendix 4, Appeals Awaiting Decision, page 126, the top one there, Heathfield House, Birdlesway, Triplo. That appeal decision came through in October, so I think that one probably ought to go off the list, I think, unless I'm reading the list incorrectly.
Okay, so maybe we need to prune the list occasionally, rather than reporting it each time.
Yes, that's the broader point. The list might need a prune.
Right. Are we happy then that having noted that we move on? Right. Well, we then come to item 11, 12, and we have a restricted minute to approve. And in order that we can now address the restricted minute, here we are. I just wanted to make sure I was using the right wording. So that is the end of our open session today, and we are required to move a motion to exclude the press and public. So, as per the exclusion when the topic in question was discussed, I propose that the press and public be excluded from the meeting during consideration of item 12, in accordance with section 100A(4) of the Local Government Act 1972, on the grounds that if present there would be a disclosure of exempt information as defined in the Schedule 12 of the Act. And paragraph 7, of what? Never mind. Refers to information relating to, yes, paragraph 7 of the document we're about to discuss, refers to information relating to any action taken in relation to prevention, investigation or prosecution of a crime. So do I have a seconder for this proposal?
Martin.
I see Dr. Martin Khan is seconding the proposal. Can we take that by affirmation?
Yeah, agreed.
We can. Right. So, yes, I'm going to, just before we go private, refer to the date of the next meeting, which will be the 8th of February. I think we can now move to private session, and when you confirm that we've done so,